Commissioners Court will come to order. Quorum is present. All legal notices have been posted. The court is duly called. Can I get a motion to open the court?
So moved. Second.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any unreadiness? All those in favor, let it be known by the usual sound of voting.
Aye.
Those who oppose, same sign. Chair is in the affirmative. Will the bailiff please open the court?
All rise. The Dallas County Commissioner Court is now in session for the August 2016 term with Honorable Commissioner Price presiding. Please remain standing for invocation.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Deacon Zachary Thompson to give the invocation. Dr. Brianna Parker had an emergency and didn't make it, so Deacon, anybody who can take care of Zeke.
Let us pray. Our Father, thank you for another opportunity to come here and discharge your duty. Be with the Dallas County employees and our residents. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
That's
killing the mosquito, huh?
I want to be your church. I like that.
And our first resolution will be presented.
We need
by
to invite Mr.
Commissioner
Thompson more often. Ready to rock and roll. Let's go.
Commissioner Daniel. Our first resolution was presented by you.
Oh. Yes. Good morning, yes. Is there anybody here for the Women's Equality Resolution? Well, then we are going to share this without special guests because we're all out busy doing other things. But as you are probably aware that this coming up week is Women's Equality Day. Whereas women in the United States fought for voting rights starting in 1848 and won the right to vote 70 years later with the passage of the 19th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States in 1920. This August the 26th marks the 96th anniversary of the passage of the 19th Amendment, which prohibited denying any citizen the right to vote based on gender, a step that forever transformed our nation. Texas was the 9th state in the Union and the first Southern state to ratify the 19th Amendment. And whereas women have defended and embraced their constitutional right to be treated as equal citizens of this nation and to freely exercise their civic duties, women have taken leadership roles at all levels of government, county, city, state, and national, paving the way and creating opportunities for those who will follow. Women provide their labor, talent, vision, spirit, and dedication to achieve equality for all. And whereas in Dallas County, Mrs. Fred Harris became the first woman appointed to serve on the Dallas County Commissioners Court in 1942. Nancy Judy in District 2 was the first woman elected to serve on the Dallas County Commissioners Court, and she served 15 years from 1979 to 1994. Margaret Kelleher was the first woman elected to serve as county judge of the Dallas County Commissioners Court in 1998. And whereas today in Dallas County, women continue to participate and contribute to important decisions in government planning. 5 women serve on the Dallas City Council, 33% of the 15 members. In Dallas County, 2 women, my colleague, Dr. Garcia, currently serve as county commissioners, 40% of the 5-member court. And whereas the first woman to serve in the U.S. House of Representatives was Jeanette Rankin in 1917, and the first woman to serve in the U.S. Senate was Rebecca Latimer Felton in 1922. Today there are 88 women in the House of Representatives and 20 in the Senate. These 108 women represent 20% of the 541 seats of the 114th U.S. Congress. And whereas history was made on July 28, 2016, when the first woman presidential nominee for a major political party was nominated. On this special occasion, we must bear in mind that while women have achieved a great deal in the face of significant obstacles, there is still much to accomplish in our work to achieve total equality. And whereas we commit ourselves to pursuing full equality for all women, we recognize that while white women earn an average of 82 cents to the dollar as men do. African American women and Latinas earn 65 cents and 58% respectively. Additionally, we recognize women with regard to employment discrimination, and we pledge our support in fighting unequal treatment of any kind. Now therefore be it resolved, the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby proclaim August 26, 1916 as Women's Equality Day in Dallas County. Dallas County joins the nation in celebrating and uplifting women everywhere, and I so move. Second.
All those in favor?
And I know staff has done a lot of work for Commissioner Daniel on that. I'd like to just at least offer a friendly amendment with regards to our sheriff. I don't think, since I understand that she might be the only one in the country in some respects, we have a right here in Dallas County. So if you'd accept a friendly amendment to try to insert her in there, then
absolutely. With great pride, I would include the good sheriff in the list of distinguished women. She is not the only county sheriff, female county sheriff in the country, or even in Texas.
But she's the best.
But I do.
We'll see when you vote. Anyway, just put it in.
Most certainly would be happy to do that. Is there a problem with the second?
So is there second or agree?
She said
Did you say you did? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much.
On the 24th, Commissioner will be together at Dallas City Hall at 12 o'clock noon at the flag room to commemorate, this day. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay. Ms. Madrano, the only reason I didn't say anything about you because Ms. Hembry beat you.
But you're great too. Commissioner Cantrell, you have the next resolution?
I do. If I can have Darlene Beck come forward with her delegation. And I'll read the resolution and move its adoption.
Sure.
Whereas the Dallas County Commissioners Court recognizes and extends sincere appreciation to individuals who have given a long career of faithful service to Dallas County. And whereas Darlene Beck was born in Camden, New Jersey to Robert R. and Dorothy Wick, Robert moved the family to Garland, Texas when Darlene was only 4 years old, and Darlene has lived in the city of Garland, Dallas County since moving to Texas. She attended South Garland High School, which is a good one, in the Garland Independent School District, graduating as a member of the National Honor Society. And whereas Darlene married her best friend, Al Beck, 47 years ago, and they had two wonderful sons, Al Beck Jr. and Jody Beck, both of whom also reside in Garland. And whereas after working a variety of jobs while raising her sons, Darlene began her career with Dallas County in 1989 as a title clerk in the Garland Tax Office. She left in November of 1993 when she accepted a position as payroll clerk with the Big Billy Barrett Auto Dealership. She returned to Dallas County Tax Office in 2002 as a cashier. And whereas Darlene was quickly promoted to a senior secretary in the Tax Office Administration Division, and for the past 7.5 years she has served as a special assistant to the tax assessor collector under the leadership of the Honorable John R. Ames. During this time, among other duties, she has managed various remodel and construction projects both downtown and at the tax office branch locations. Additionally, in her role, she has successfully served as a tax office liaison to the Commissioners Court and elected officials of Dallas County. It is well known to call Darlene if you want to get it accomplished and be accomplished right. And whereas when Darlene is not at the tax office, she and her husband each give their time working as checkpoint secretary for 4- and 5-year-old children at Lavon Drive Baptist Church, where they have attended and volunteered in several ministries for the past 40 years. Darlene and her husband Al also enjoy camping and taking short trips around Texas. And whereas Darlene will complete this chapter in her career with Dallas County on August 31st, 2016 to begin a new one that will encompass traveling Route 66 and the national parks with her husband, volunteering at her church, and continuing work on family genealogy projects and any other adventures that present themselves. Now therefore be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court is hereby recognized and extends sincere appreciation to Darlene Beck for her commitment and dedication to Dallas County and further wishes her continued success in her retirement. And I so move.
And I probably second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
James?
Good morning. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. I am honored to have worked alongside Darlene Beck. I say alongside because it really is a team. I've been dreading this day, I'll tell you that. When you find a great assistant, it's hard to let them go. But Darlene has done an amazing job, and she worked so hard she deserves to start this next chapter in her life. She truly has a servant's heart, assisting many of you here in the room today with transactions involving the tax office. I know she's hand-carried many a registration back and forth across Elm Street. She's always putting the needs of others ahead of herself, adjusting her vacation time, staying late so somebody else can leave, always making sure that the office is covered. But Darlene knows how to build relationships. She knows who to call to get things done. She knows what to do when she calls them. She knows who likes milk chocolate and who likes dark chocolate. It's important to know how to get things solved. She knows that having the right coffee on hand when the guys start the job will make them get it done quicker. She knows to keep candy at her desk so they can last long throughout the day. She anticipates others' needs. Through the last 7.5 years, we've grown in our relationship. I think probably many of my staff will call it codependent. We can finish these other sentences, which is great. My wife reminds me frequently at home when I ask for something, she'll say, "Darlene does not work here." So it has truly been a joy to work with Darlene, and I'm so proud to offer her the microphone today.
Oh, that was so nice.
Commissioner Dr. Daniel, Commissioner Cantrell, Judge Jenkins, Commissioner Price, and Commissioner Dr. Garcia. I want to thank you all for recognizing me as I prepare to retire. I'm humbled that you do this for me. I want to express a very sincere and heartfelt thank you to each of you for the wonderful opportunity that I've had to work for Dallas County. This has been a great chapter in my life. I also want to thank the court and each of you for caring about and having taken enough interest in the employees of Dallas County to make sure that we have always enjoyed good benefits, and for supporting a good retirement program that allows someone like me to be able to retire without worry. I'd like to thank all of the Dallas County personnel that I've worked with over the past years, and I wish you all the best as you continue your service to Dallas County. Lastly, I would like to thank Mr. Ames for believing in me and for trusting me to do a good job for the tax office. The past 7.5 years have been filled with many experiences, opportunities, and challenges. You're a great tax assessor collector, and I truly enjoyed working for you. While I'm going to miss my Dallas County family, I leave with many treasured memories that I will hold dear forever. I thank everyone for being a part of my life. I'd like to introduce my husband, Al, my very best friend.
And a former Dallas County employee.
This is my mother-in-law, Joanne, the best mother-in-law God ever created. Not very many people have the opportunity to have a mother-in-law like I've had, who's a good friend too. This is my niece, Jennifer, my sons, Al and Jody, and the tax office looks like they're here too. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Be if you want to let the family come up and then all the tax office stand in front. With that.
Family up in the dais and tax office on the floor. Tax office don't leave.
I don't know if they have that.
Quite a picture.
Congratulations.
Oh, no.
Congratulations. I love to sit there.
We all probably sideways, I guess. Y'all are going to have to scoot down that way. Turn this way. I'm tall. Darlene's going to have to be seen.
Thank you. I really mean what I said.
Can you get them all in?
Come on, Steve.
Can you see Darlene? Yeah. Some of y'all come up. Yeah.
We need to come a little closer. Yes. Come on over here.
All these people.
How you doing? Who's that? Ready. Thank you. These shoes, you know what they say, the devil wears Prada.
So our next item is a presentation from Health and Human Services.
Yeah, Mr. Thompson.
All right, Judge, Commissioner, we'll be very brief. We're going to focus more on Zika this morning. We'll go, Ryan, can we go to the next slide? I'm going to bring up the top doc, Dr. Perkins, and Tamara Scroggins is also Assistant Director for Public Health is joining us, but I'm going to bring up the top doc real quick.
Thank you, Director Thompson. Good morning, Commissioners Court, citizens of Dallas County. The clinical update of Zika in Dallas County. To date, we have 26 confirmed cases, all associated with travel in Dallas County with Zika infection. As far as recovery, my understanding that all have made decent recovery. Next slide. As far as our arbovirus surveillance report ending Saturday, week 32, in regards to West Nile virus, we have 19 confirmed cases to date. 11 of those cases are neuroinvasive, the more severe form of the illness, and the remaining 8 are West Nile fevers. Next slide. As far as our Zika action risk levels, our current status is risk level 1B. The conditions, probability of an outbreak is moderate. Trigger, imported, travel, associated human cases. As I mentioned, we have 26 to date in Dallas County. Risk level 2 will be achieved when we get our first locally acquired mosquito-borne illness of Zika. And risk level 3 when we have multiple human cases associated with Zika infection acquired locally within Dallas County. Next slide. Based on whether we have an imported or a locally acquired case of Zika infection, this is our flow chart in regards to our mosquito surveillance and mitigation efforts based on, again, whether it's travel acquired or locally acquired. Next slide. Thank you.
Quickly, I'd asked Tamara Scroggins, our Assistant Director of Public Health. They have been looking at the information out of Florida. Thank Doug Bass for sending those updates as well. But Tamara and her staff have looked at where our plans are in terms of Zika response and what we need to look at incorporating based on what we've seen in the Florida response. And again, we've already been on target with our outreach plan. We know that this will be labor intensive if there's a localized case in Dallas County, the door-to-door perspective. And so we're looking at our staffing, our Medical Reserve Corps to beef up that whole response element. But there's 2 new areas that Tamara and her staff have looked at, and we've been dialoguing, and this may be something new as in terms of this court, and that we'll have dialogue with our cities as well this week, but the possible lava siding by aerial is one of the things that we're looking at. We've been in discussion with a company, and we'll bring that forth to the court once we have information. So we're running this parallel. One, if there's a localized case, of course, we need to move faster based on what we saw in Florida. We don't want a situation where we think that we can address this from a one-on-one land-based perspective. We may have to move to aerial sooner. Also in Florida, they're using lava siding and aerial spraying as that perspective. But we're also looking forward into 2017 in terms of there's never been a wide area lava siding in Dallas County. And we think that this is an opportunity to look at the lava siding from aerial for one perspective. One, we've seen from our West Nile perspective, as well as the rise in Zika infection throughout the United States, that we need to have that conversation. And so we're going to begin that conversation with our cities this week to kind of discuss that. But I think that's something we have to put on our agenda. And then last, as we are seeing these emerging diseases, I want to look at possibly adding a new position, and I'll bring forward at the next meeting. We're seeing the emerging diseases with vector throughout the United States, and we actually need to have, working with Dr. Perkins, vector surveillance, key person who's looking at this data. We've been able to develop graphs, we've been able to track, and the key point is as we move forward with these emerging diseases, we're looking at chikungunya, we're looking at West Nile virus, with Zika, dengue, and so whatever may be emerging, we need a key person who's focused on that vector perspective, and so that's something we'll bring forth. But I wanted to make sure the court was aware that we're having that discussion in terms of lava siding. I don't believe, and I know in the 20 years I've been here, we've never done lava siding from the aerial, and so anyone that dates back longer than that can definitely discuss that as well. But we think that that's a good opportunity. I think it's based on the information we're getting, and we'll definitely, again, brief the court, but we think that's a win-win perspective in terms of looking at lava siding. I think we get less resistance on the lava siding perspective than we get on the aerial spraying. That's our report today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Thompson, just one thing. Is there any specific kind of larvicide that we're looking at?
Well, the company we're discussing is doing it in Florida right now, and it's through Dynamic Aviation. So we'll get more specifics, but the question that we had is it safe? How, where it's been used, and so I'll get the specific chemicals that's being used.
How much has been tested and all that?
Yeah.
That's what I would like to see. Of course, I will be supporting the position for the epidemiologist position, and well, I just want to commend you and your department for the hard work, and of course the Commissioner Price leadership on this, because I was reading at the minutes and looking at the Health and Human Public Health Advisory Committee meeting, and we were here in Dallas County, the first county who had information, education in the United States when it came to Zika. So I know that, hey, we're in the forefront, and it couldn't be without great leadership and great staff. So congratulations to you, Dr. Perkins, and everyone in the Dallas County Health and Human Services.
Right. Thank you. We appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Wow, I'm going to take a moment of personal privilege, because this agenda is probably going to get long and protracted. There are a number of interns that are here with us today. I know I have about 4 in my office. I know Ms. Dickerson from the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. I know others. So I'm going to ask all of those interns are here today as observers. Will you please stand? Can I get interns to stand today? And we'll welcome them. We feel real good about them. Believe it or not, as Workforce continues to send us interns, and we put them through the trials of Dallas County, they keep sending us more. And we've been the beneficiaries, so we want to say thank you for all you do, and hopefully it's a real learning and testing experience. And thank you, Ms. Dickerson, for your interns coming along this morning as well.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Tina.
Yeah, thank you.
And before we go to the next presentation, I want to make one clarification for our speakers today. One of our signed-up speakers was Mr. Heller about mosquitoes. Mr. Heller, we'll be taking you at the end of with our regular speakers, and the reason for that is we don't have any orders on the agenda today related to mosquito spraying. So if someone comes to speak about something that's not before the court, they go to the end. Now, we do have 2 public hearings today. So those of you who are speaking at the public hearings, if you choose to, you can speak at each of the public hearings and also once again on any matter that you choose. Those are our rules. That you signed up for. If you signed up to speak about issues, you could speak about issues, whatever that is, and you could speak about in each of the public hearings. I'm not asking you or trying to persuade or dissuade anyone from doing that. I'm simply explaining that because we have public hearings today, when we have public hearings, you're allowed to speak at any public hearing that you choose, and also for the issue that you signed up for.
And one more, I think I saw Mayor Carl Sherman. Did he disappear behind the?
He's here.
Where is he? Oh, there you are. Mayor Sherman is now the new administrator in the city of Hutchins, and I'd like to report they had a 33% increase in their values out there.
Because of culture.
And Hutchins has now surpassed Addison as the #1 in terms of commercial values in the county for the first time. And so we look forward to Hutchins continuing to grow under your direction along with that council. So thank you, Mayor.
Mayor. And our next presentation is from TxDOT, and that's going to be James Fry and John Wynn, I believe. And as you're coming up, I want to commend y'all on great work. So
thank you, sir.
Take us through what you've done.
Judge Jenkins, commissioners, on behalf of Texas Transportation Commissioner Victor Vandegrift and Dallas District Engineer Mr. Kelly Selman, I'd like to express our appreciation for Dallas County to give us an opportunity to present a briefing on the Dallas City Map study. I'd like to also thank each one of you for your participation and support in this effort. I would also like to thank staff members of Dallas County who have been working closely with the study team throughout the process. We look forward to continuing our relationship. Attending with me today, I'd like to recognize my Dallas District Transportation Planning and Development Director, Mr. Mo Burr, and Ms. Michelle Ragland, who is our Public Information Officer. Mr. James Fries, HNTB, with me here today, and his assistant, Ms. Brandy Crawford. The rest of the study team who are not here today are highly specialized multidisciplinary consultant ranging from economists, market analysis, traffic engineers, urban designers, and public involvement strategists. CityMap is an unprecedented effort by TxDOT to lead a unique study process that evaluates and analyzes transportation system in the context of mobility, economic, and livability. And mostly we're focusing in the urban core of Dallas. The study began last year by holding over 80 one-on-one interviews, which we met with each one of you. We met with other elected officials in the city of Dallas, influencing stakeholders, community leaders. We also met with members of the public through a series of 3 public workshops. Additional outreach that we've done, we have a contemporary website accompanied by social media outlets such as Facebook and Twitter, which we keep in touch with the public. The process took over a year, since it began last year. We recently released a final draft report that is available online at the DallasCityMap.com. Following the final draft release, we held a recap stakeholders meeting as well as a public meeting, which we held last month in July. At this time, I would like to turn over to Mr. James Frye to provide a quick overview of the study process, a summary of the study report that highlights some scenarios that TxDOT and our consultant have been exploring as a result of what we heard and documented as goals and priority concerns that you all gave us when we met with you last year. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this morning, and thank you. I'll reiterate what John said for the time and dedication to our process. We met with each and every one of you at least once, and staff too. So staff at the county dedicated a lot of time, Alberta and her team, hours of workshop time, so we appreciate that. I don't know if I have control of the presentation, but I'll just...
Did you say slide or something?
I was reminded I've got 15 minutes probably at most to go through a pretty in-depth report, so I won't try to go into detail, but I'll zip through this fairly quickly.
The reason you don't need but 15 minutes because most of us who've gone through all this, we've asked staff and they've answered our questions.
Okay, good. Well, next slide, please. As John said, we were focused on mobility, economic development, and livability, and all three of those in equilibrium. Had lots of conversations with our team. The team is very different than what you'd see on most projects like this. There's lots of urban designers. We are in an advanced planning phases, so we needed planning, we needed engineering support, as well as an economist, as John said. Not for tolling feasibility, but for real land value evaluation, looking at adjacent, what's happening along these corridors, what's the future. So this is a list of items that we try to keep at the forefront as we were moving forward through this very complex process. The very first thing we were tasked with doing was listening. We started by listening to a group of 25, that grew to 50, then it grew to 80, and at those 80 sessions, we had multiple people show up. We really wanted more of a one-on-one environment, like we did with a lot of you all. Some people decided to bring a group. Some wanted to do these truly one-on-one. It was a wonderful experience, and we really got to hear a lot of very intimate things. In fact, some of the meetings got quite emotional because people have high expectations for these corridors over the future of Dallas. We're essentially shaping the next 100 years. Next slide, please. The study area began with what was defined as the Major Transportation Investment Study. Those of you that remember that in the mid to late 90s, that identified different projects, but it was more focused on transportation. We were more focused on not only transportation, but those other elements, economics and livability, cultural assets, history, who lives where, how will this evolve, the shape of the urban core, truly. So the blue lines define the corridors themselves. It is about 30 miles of downtown urban freeway. Next slide. The graphic that's remained consistent throughout, really the process revolving around stakeholders, City of Dallas, Dallas County, individual stakeholders, large developers, small developers, watchdog groups, nonprofits, you name it. We met with a lot of different people. Next slide. The really unveiling of this occurred, oh gosh, time flies, several weeks back now. We talked through the mayor spoke and discussed the number of people we met with. I think the county judge even commented on how the book can be interpreted, and it is interpreted in different ways, and we've seen that through our process. So that's hence the process of listening to everyone or listening to a broad cross-section of the citizenry. More than 80 sessions, I mentioned that, and over 30 miles of urban freeway network. Some of the images from our work sessions, there's Ms. Blair there, and we had lots of public engagement. We did do a recap session with our stakeholders and with the public week before last, and those went really well. Next slide. Some of the items that have come up over and over one of the things that became the mantra, we almost felt like, or the motto for it, was really neighborhood connections. Very few people sat down with us and just said, just relieve congestion. They said, we want congestion relief, but at the same time, we really want to focus on neighborhoods. We want to focus on neighborhood connections, linkages, the future of those neighborhoods, the past, how we bring back some of the things we've lost. And I'll say some of the meetings got very, they were pretty emotional meetings. We left there kind of realizing we had a heavy burden on us in delivering City Map, because there were very high expectations. Bring jobs back to the urban core, bring back the middle class, help us improve schools. We heard a lot of things, and you don't normally equate that to transportation, but people really are, and we were always surprised at what we learned from everyone we interviewed. Always something new. Next slide. We began by not only meeting with a lot of people and talking and having conversations, but we're also doing data gathering. Our sub-consultant, or our teammate, Kimberly Horn, was looking at where traffic's going. They were really analyzing using Bluetooth technology that I won't even try to describe now, but capturing where traffic is moving through the city. This is the urban core, the hub around downtown, looking at where cars where automobiles were destined. Next slide. We zoomed out to take a bigger perspective. How many of those vehicles were moving from Dallas to Dallas, southern Dallas to North Dallas, not just downtown destinations, or vice versa, north to south. All of this is in our document. I definitely encourage you all to look at this, and it sounds like staff's already reviewed. We took a lot of information, and tried to boil it down into a set of factors that we would begin analyzing scenarios by. What to do with I-30, what to do with Stemmons, what to do with Southern Gateway, what to do with I-345. A lot of this would be based on design scenarios based on what we've heard. We boil those down into mobility, connectivity, economic development, capital cost, of course, maintenance costs, parks and open space, and visual impacts. Next. The focus of so many comments were on the areas that we have in colors. They're different scenarios. Not the entire study area received as much attention as certain areas, so we did create scenarios in the places we heard the most about. I-30, 345, and 45, south of 30 as well. Stemmons, and also the Southern Gateway, not the entire Southern Gateway project, the northernmost region of it within the dotted line. Next slide. The scenarios, and I know these are small. Again, I welcome you to look at these. We developed concepts. These are high-level concepts. For example, here we have I-30. The I-30 corridor from what would be the horseshoe in the lower left-hand side of this image. That would be a potential high-speed rail station that we've designated there. The convention center just under the Legend. The canyon, 345 and 45, moving north and south, and then I-30 East Corridor. And what we did is we really looked at reorganizing the geometry to accomplish what we were hearing over and over, which was, how do we simplify this, especially in this area? How do we relieve congestion while we also connect neighborhoods? So how do we improve the facility and the function of the facility while at the same time making this easier to understand? You know, we heard from Heritage Village, we have to tell people how to get here every time we speak to them. We have to apologize for the difficulty in finding us. Can you make it easier? So that was part of the challenge. This isn't the final answer. This isn't the final solution, but this will definitely inform the environmental process or the next phase of evolution of what to do with the I-30 Canyon. And you see in red borders there, these are the sample areas that we looked at to say, okay, what does this mean for jobs creation, potential population growth, land value creation along these edges, so that the facility truly acts to not only improve the quality of life people ask for, but also improve the economics of the corridor as well. Next slide. I won't go into that much depth in all of these. We did the same thing on the East Corridor, stretching out the Samuel Graham Park. Met with people there. We met with church leaders, school leaders, and a lot of what we heard was improve our neighborhood, improve the experience in traveling through this neighborhood. We want to live here. We want to retain our congregation. We want to bring our congregation back from places like DeSoto and Frisco and other places. So help us do that, and help us do that through a reinvention of the I-30 corridor. That's Those are the kinds of things we heard. Next slide. Failed to mention there at Fair Park, I know Commissioner Price, you made a point of really look at the culture in the neighborhood, and let's not, let's make sure that we think long-term about who's there, who stays there, what it looks like, the culture of the area, the history of the area, the population, so that we don't sacrifice those things too. Those are things that we also mentioned in the document as well. We did look at a reroute of I-30. We heard from a lot of people that, hey, what if we rerouted 30? We did explore that, not in this great a detail, I will acknowledge, but we did hear it, and we heard multiple locations down the Santa Fe Trail, down the White Rock Floodway. We did select a route, and I welcome you to take a look at that as well. Major challenges with this. This would be a long-term project, and it would take a lot of public outreach, and right now we don't honestly know how everyone would react to this. Next slide. The Southern Gateway, north is to our right. We explored connections. We heard a lot about neighborhood connections, connecting the Jefferson Commercial District to the 10th Street Historic District. Don't forget about 10th Street Historic District. We thought that should remain residential. It is protected. We showed infill housing there, potential retail commercial on the north or west side of 35. We heard from one group, Senator West's group, perhaps a cap at the zoo, perhaps a cap north of Ewing. We heard from others, perhaps a cap at 8th Street. We explored that, and I think the city's moving through what they want to see happen in that regards. But we didn't make a recommendation. We just explored alternatives and said, okay, you all decide what you want to do. Next slide. Lois Stemmons, operational improvements. We really focused there on what we were hearing repeatedly, which was connections. Connecting from Victory and downtown over to the design district and the river. Allow for those connections while at the same time improving mobility. So we really didn't alter the TxDOT project that's moving forward and improving that mobility and congestion, but we met with trails advocacy groups. We met with a lot of city officials, city manager, and then you all, and we had a lot of conversations about looking for those streets that would allow for better connections under the Stemmons corridor. Next slide. 345. A lot of conversations about 345, as you can imagine. Some people came in and that was all they wanted to talk about. Others just said, you know, it was a real hot point, focus point for a lot of people. We did, I always say we have four options with 345 in the document. We could do nothing. We could keep what we have. We could modify ramps and connections. I know we had a lot of conversations with the county about that. If we're living with an elevated 345 for a decade, 2 decades longer, who knows? How do we improve that environment underneath? Can't we make that connection better? Can we make those visual connections? And we rerouted ramps. And if you look at the document, you'll see that. We made some suggestions about the ramping. That also would depend on SM Wright coming online to the south so that you're coming up from the southern sector. You can get off of 45. That's a real challenge, getting off of 45 and accessing the CBD, similar to coming from the north and getting off at Ross Avenue. Next slide. The second alternative was to remove it. We did explore that and the network grid that would have to be restored to make that happen. Next slide. And we looked at a lower alternative where we lowered 345. So if you imagine driving Central Expressway south, you would just stay in a canyon cut all the way through, slip over 30, really at grade. That entire interchange would be reconfigured, and then you come down again south of 30, and we put 45 in a canyon, which helps to reconnect Fair Park to neighborhoods like the Cedars and other places, which is we have that in the document. We don't have it in the slide, but we show the area south of 45 in each one of these as well. We did some enlargements. You'll see the illustratives, and I'll just zip through these. Next slide. We did some aerial perspectives, what ifs, if you call them that. Next slide. Samuel Grand, East Grand, if we lower 30. I failed to mention we did look at the east corridor of I-30 from 45 to the east, and we did lower 30. We proposed that you push 30 down to better connect those neighborhoods near Fair Park. Next slide. We did an economic assessment for each one, looking at square footage increases, increased value, net value, hotel tax revenue, those kinds of things. I'm sure the county would have some interest in those numbers. I welcome you to look at those. Next. Next. Traffic. The traffic study was the greater downtown area. So if you see the blue, the light blue area, that is the area that we studied for traffic and mobility. Next slide. There was a table created for each one of those that walks you through the various scenarios and says this is a positive impact, negative impact based on the team's professional opinions. And we do look at our scenarios with the 4-lane Trinity configuration desired by the city. That would be a 4-lane, 45 mile an hour. So our scenarios are compared to that facility, and we have, and we will be including in our appendix, what those look like without the Trinity. So if the Trinity doesn't happen, we are looking at that as well. Next. What we've done, June 10th, a report public presented to the council on the 13th. We'll be going back to the council committee. I know Mr. Kleiman wants another update, probably in September, October. Stakeholder recap on the 19th. The 21st was our public recap. And we have asked people for public comment by the 19th so that we can get the document completed in September.
Well, let me just say real quickly. And while my director of public works and her assistant have tried to allay my fears, I've been in your hearings at Beckley Sainer, we were at the City of Dallas, we've been in all those hearings. And no disrespect to City Map or to Commissioner Vandegrift, but I really believe I'm suspect of the camel's nose under the tent for several reasons. And I realize that your motives are probably very pure, but when I keep hearing 345, I keep hearing Fair Park, I know what the mission is with regards to that 110 acres that the state owns in and around 345 going up to Fair Park. I recognize when you continue to talk about working at grade and coming across, dropping Fair Park so that you can go into East Dallas. I was there at the hearings when you talked about what's going on with regards to the zoo and that whole Kessler Park connection, dead ball. You know, two things. Back in the 1940s, there was something called the Citizens Council. It was called the White Citizens Council. They published a piece called Negro Housing. I invite you to go back and look at it. What's interesting to me is I'm seeing those scenarios played out in and around Fair Park. And in Dr. John Claude Anderson's book, Black Labor, White Wealth, he talked about the whole issue of encroachment with regards to thoroughfares. And so, as I said, they've tried to allay my fears. Still have some concerns, because I can continue to hear you talk about, 345, and whether or not it's at grade, given all the drainage issues, et cetera. But I think at the end of the day, it's still about that 110 acres that the state owns between 345 and Fair Park. And you can call it redevelopment if you want to, but in Tier 1 in Dallas County, in the city of Dallas, Tier 1, I'm watching the population. It's dissipating in terms of the people who have historically been here. Just wanted for the record.
Well, and
thank you.
And let me say something on that, because I agree with a lot of what he just said about what we're seeing with our population trends. The idea of City Map, just to be clear, the idea behind that is for the first time, rather than just looking at mobility and connectivity, to look at trying to right some of the social injustices, trying to bring living wage jobs back into the urban core. And it's a tool. It's not the answer. It's just a tool for people to use to get to the answer. The answer can include some things. One of the things I talked about when I talked to you is looking at, people hate these words, but looking at quota systems that ensured that mixed-use developments left in housing strata for people who lived in existing neighborhoods and hired first from the people who lived in those existing neighborhoods. So city map is something, it's a tool to be used. It's not anything that is the answer in and of itself. But when we take your concerns that are legitimate concerns and other concerns and the neighborhood concerns from the people in the various neighborhoods, and we work together using that as a tool, we hope better things can happen than what happened to neighborhoods in the 40s and 50s and 60s when we built these superhighways, cut through these neighborhoods, and caused a lot of pain for the people who live there. That's the theory behind the city map movement.
So in the next steps, in your last slide, it says trade-offs must be made and an agreement on project priorities is needed as the next step. So the next step is of everything you presented today, we have to prioritize which will be first. Who will which projects will have priority? Am I correct?
That's right. Yeah,
that's
we
where
need
commission
that.
price points come
That's
in.
right.
It
Who
would
will
have to be
say
a
there?
collective, yes.
So it's still the whole group of people, community input, professional input.
Well, my question is, what's the process for the last step, which is going to be the biggest step, right?
That's right.
Where we really say,
Yeah,
well, it's I-30 or 45 or that, who is going to be in the next step when we start seeing which projects go first?
That, we list the county, the city, COG's got to be part of that, DART's got to be part of that, citizenry, local leaders. It doesn't need to be a huge group. That is the hard work, because those need to be a collective decision so that we don't make the mistakes of the past. We are looking at the future, but I think that structure needs to be defined.
Okay.
TxDOT is not.
Okay, got you. No, and I never meant that it was TxDOT, but I just want to, what I want to know is from here, Ms. Blair, you'll be at the table, and we will have the opportunity to tell you what we think it is based on the funding, because that's the other thing that always amazed me about the studies.
Yes, ma'am.
They
One
come
thing
with the funding.
that's important to know from our standpoint, and where we are playing a big part, is that we're in the process of doing our mobility study right now. So that's underway right now. We're working closely with all the different agencies, as well as with TxDOT, on identifying, and we are doing a mobility study that's going to be basically utilized by COG as well. So in other words, you're taking this big picture and pulling it down into studies that we're doing, like the mobility studies, that will address it specifically.
So some of these projects, some of the scenarios, the last thing I'll say, aren't in the 2040 plan.
Right.
They're not even an identified need. 345, for example, the future of that corridor, whatever we decide that needs to be, needs to go into that plan so that everybody understands what the vision is, and it's all a decision we're making together.
Look forward to give you my ideas.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much for
Thank you
putting
very
together
much.
the presentation this far, and most certainly look forward to seeing what discussion follows, keeping in mind just so many factors. That big old plate of spaghetti seems to be growing with
Right. Yeah.
all the pieces having to come together in the end, but thank you for your efforts up to this point.
Yeah.
Thank you for being here.
Thanks.
Look forward to seeing what
Thanks for the time.
happens.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for your great work. All right, and our next presentation.
Commissioners, I have actually 3 different items that are all kind of interrelated. I think that for purposes of flow, it may make sense to do the 2 public hearings and then do the budget update and then do court order 4 as we do when we do the court orders. I think it'll just keep things flowing a little bit better, but it's your call.
Only two concerns. I'm assuming there's no problem with having a public hearing since we've already briefed the budget before. Correct?
Public hearings on the tax rate. It's been published. And that's what those public hearings are on.
And so it's legal, but do we want to the extent there's anybody here, do we want the public to hear about the budget before they speak about? I don't know. Is there a willingness of the court one way or the other? You want to hear first or second?
You just trying to get the flow. That wouldn't stop them from speaking.
You want to do that? You want to have the public hearings first?
Yeah.
Okay. So that being the case, then, since that's not an action item, I don't think we need to suspend the rules. We'll begin the public Oh, no, I'm sorry, we have a consent agenda to go through.
Well, before that, let me just get to this. I won't deal with my county tax rate, but on the discussion of Sand Branch that is on the agenda, Mr. Lesberg, where are we on the relocation plan?
Staff's been working the last couple of months trying to assemble some facts and some figures, look at some concepts, see what some other entities have done throughout the United States. We're probably still maybe 3 or 4 weeks away before we have something.
I'll tell you what, I mean, I've got this as a running topic on the agenda. Since there is a feasibility study in the pipeline, I think we owe it, to the community to let them vet that feasibility study out. So what I'm going to just say to the court today, that I'd ask staff to kind of stand down until such time that the feasibility study comes in, and then we'll go from there. Okay?
Certainly.
I definitely will support that.
That makes sense. Let's do it right.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
Also on Sand Branch, props to, I guess props is not whatever that, I don't know what the correct English word is. I must need more caffeine, but props to the Southern Baptist Convention. Our water contract to put the big bottles of water runs out at the end of this month, right, Dan? And the Southern Baptist Convention of, it may be the Baptist General Convention, the Texas portion of the Southern Baptist Convention, I hope I have your name right, but the Baptist, thank you Baptist, because the Baptists are taking that over for the time being and continuing to ensure that those water machines have those 5-gallon bottles of water on top of them. So thanks to that, that's part of our Sand Branch update as well.
We did do a drive by Marshall de los Santos. I saw that the city of Dallas removed over 10,000 tires.
Yes, sir.
From the area.
Yeah,
and that is complete.
That is the 61 acres that the city of Dallas does own. They did remove 10,500 tires out of that, and everything's being cleaned up out there now. They're doing a fencing operation to keep from any more of that happening.
Is that as big as this room?
No, it's bigger than this room.
It's bigger than that.
Yeah, and I just appreciate all of you and your department's efforts as you continue, as people are relocating, to make sure that they're in compliance with whatever the county regs are in those unincorporated areas.
Yes, sir.
Well, and tremendous job on the part of the city of Dallas, led by Assistant City Manager Mark McDaniel and his whole team there that did such a great job on that. And also the members of the private sector and churches who got 6 gigantic construction dumpsters full of trash out of there. So, great job, everyone. All right.
With regard to my county tax rate, I'll just morph that into the budget, and so move forward with the consent agenda.
All right. Was that a motion and a second?
Hold on.
That was a motion.
Hold on. Yeah.
Okay. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any
I'll
opposed?
do it for the commissioner. Just one moment.
Motion carries unanimously.
Let everyone vote, Judge.
Got it.
All right. Next, we have, we have a bid, yeah. Is there a motion on the bids?
Second.
Any discussion on the bids? Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Go SOPAC.
Motion carries unanimously. Go both of them. All right, so next we have the public hearing on the Dallas County Hospital District tax rate.
Motion to open the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, I think Commissioner Cantrell might have been our second there.
Who's second, please?
I believe Cantrell did.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
All in favor?
All those in favor of opening the hearing? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Brown, will you please lead us through the hearing?
Yes. Judge and Commissioners, this is the first of 2 required public hearings on the Parkland tax rate. That rate has been proposed to be the 28.6 cents per 100 valuation, which is the current tax rate. For purposes of the posting in the newspaper, the effective tax rate for Parkland is 26.9 cents per 100 valuation. I've also charted the last 10 years of the Parkland tax rate.
And that's the end of your presentation? Okay. All right. And so if you would like to speak on the Parkland tax rate, I think we have a speaker. I'm not sure if this is on the tax rate or not, but Mr. James Dunn. Mr. Dunn, are you speaking on the tax rate or something different?
No.
Something different, correct? All right. So are there any public speakers?
Well, but one of the things I want clear on this tax rate is that the county in 2008, we set the rate, but the voters set the 1 penny rate.
Correct.
Okay.
The voters actually voted a penny and a half. And so the tax rate increase that you see in 2010 was the first of those tax rates coming in.
Okay. But I want that to be clear that this court did not say it, that the voters said it. Okay. So basically, when you look at where we were, we've only moved the tax rate with regards to Parkland.
In 2010, it would be where we moved it to the 27.4.
Right.
You see the 2014 is when we increased it to ½ cent, and then 2015 is when we increased it to 1 cent for the operating.
But that was based on the
That was based on the voters voting for the new Parkland.
On the 2008 bond package that the voters approved.
Correct.
I want the record to be clear.
No, I agree.
Okay. Yeah.
Any other comments before we hear from speakers on the Parkland tax rate? Are there any public speakers on the Parkland tax rate? Any public speakers on the Parkland tax rate? Any public speakers on the Parkland tax rate?
Hearing none, I'll...
Move to close.
Yeah, okay, second. Commissioner Daniel moved.
Commissioner Daniel, seconded by Commissioner...
Close the public hearing. Okay.
Price. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. Our next public hearing is on the county tax rate.
Motion to open the public hearing on the county tax rate.
Second.
And got that on there. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Ryan, will you take us through that?
Just like Parkland, this is the first of 2 required public hearings on the Dallas County proposed tax rate for 2017. The proposed tax rate is 24.31 cents, which is the same valuation that we had the prior year and for the prior 7 years. For purposes of the advertisement that was in the newspaper, the rollback rate is 24.9665 cents.
You kind of mumbled through that for the prior 7 years.
Correct.
Okay. You kind of mumbled through that. I wanted the record to be clear. 7 years.
Okay. Yes, it was 7 years. Okay. And the rollback rate is 24.9665 cents, and the effective tax rate would be 22.6385 cents. As prior, this is the 10-year graph showing the tax rate with the 1 increase in 2011 as a result of the recession.
So in a 10-year period, there's only been 1 increase, and that was because of the recession.
And just for the record, to make clear, this is the highest rate. This is what's posted in the paper, the highest rate. Commissioner Cantrell and I favor a rate of 22.63 cents, which would be the effective rate. Similarly, the rate that was done for Parkland is the highest rate that it could be. Some of us favor a lower rate.
Correct.
And the difference between the effective rate in dollars and cent for an average homeowner is 30, the difference between our two rates.
Tell us what an average homeowner is.
3701 in a 200,000 home.
Well, an average homeowner, we calculated it at 140.
There's different ways, and we've presented this in different presentations. There is the 149 of taxable value on a home that's roughly $189,000. That is the one that we've used as well. Plus, there was a table at one point where we did the $100,000 home, $200,000 home, $500,000 home, and $1 million home. The $200,000 home, which is roughly where you're coming in at, the savings between the effective rate and the existing rate was $37.
How much?
$37.01.
Okay. And and what we still don't sometimes happen to take into consideration is commercial and business property. According to DCAD, it's 54%. Only 46% is residential.
That is correct.
That is correct? Okay. So commercial and business property is 252 million, .2, and residential is 216.2. And that's this is dealing with, quote, the effective rate. If we deal with the raw rate, which we have on the table, the commercial property is 270 versus 252.
Correct.
And the residential is 232 versus 216. But at the end of the day, I think and I don't want anybody to get all convoluted with all of these figures. At the end of the day, the difference between what some of us are proposing in the raw rate and others on the effective rate is $37.
On a home of $200,000, yes.
Would also like to note, too, what is the percentage of the total tax bill of the common taxpayer, the average taxpayer in Dallas County, that the Dallas County portion represents?
The Dallas County portion makes up approximately 9% of the total tax bill.
So that the decision that we would make here affects 9% of the bill.
Correct.
Well, and does that include Parkland?
Yes.
So
yes.
Parkland and Dallas together is 9% of your bill. That's what you believe?
Parkland would be a separate. It'd be approximately 9% as well.
This body's in charge of setting the rate for Parkland and the county. Do you know how much of the tax bill that is?
Approximately 18%.
18%. But that's still separate taxing entities and separate taxing dollars available.
But it's these 5 people that I'm a part of that will set those rates. And I appreciate what people are saying, and I've heard that from some of our cities too, that, well, my portion is only a small part, and I think that is a fair thing to say. You know, for each person, if you live in, say, Coppell, you have the Coppell ISD and the Coppell City and the Dallas County Schools and the Dallas County Community Colleges, the county rate, the Parkland rate, perhaps others in your city. But by working together and everyone doing their part, we can have meaningful tax relief for people, because we talk about, well, it's only $35 over here, it's only $50 over there, but when you get down to it, people are not paying $35 and $50 in property taxes a year, they're paying thousands of dollars in property taxes a year, and if we go up 10% on their property taxes and they're paying $4,000, it's $400. You say, well, $400, that doesn't sound like a lot of money in the grand scheme of things to some people. But to people that live in an apartment or one of these $149,000 houses, they don't have the income elasticity to just absorb an extra $400 a year. So that's what I'm trying to get to.
But you can't marry us. We can't wed what's going on at the cities and the school district. We're not making those decisions. We're charged with making decisions on this end of the spectrum. And as a result, that's the reason I had him lay it out. 10 years, you got one increase because of inflation. We basically punished, if we don't do the right thing, we're punishing our people, what we're in charge of managing. I mean, I live in the city, and I'd love to see, you know, some decline on my end of it as well. But in regards to what we've done in the county, and I'm going to continue to push it out there, look what we've done, compare us to our colleagues in the urban counties, compare us to the state. I mean, Dallas County, just like Dr. Garcia talked about, you know, with mosquitoes and Zika and CDC, we've been the leader. We've been the leader in those areas. And all I'm saying is, you know, seldom, I've been 30, this is the first time we've ever seen this. And as a result, we've made some intentional policies with regards to how we manage this budget with our workforce, paying them 15% below. And we've had great elected officials like like county tax assessor, like county clerk. In the years when we had challenges, they provided money that the legislature says are their dollars, gave us $27 million. And as a result, we only did 2% here, 3% there. But they didn't have to do that. That panoramic where your Homeland Security and all this stuff, Mr. Warren bought that out of his funds. So that's $27 million. Do the 3 into it any way you want to do it. It's what? You know, 11, what is it, 10%? So my point is that, you know, we've been frugal at Dallas County. And so what? We come in at 3 percentage points above what we projected the calculation to be. Come on, and then we spend all of this money on a study that says, hey, we're still 15-20% behind the market. So all I'm saying is that, yeah, Judge, I appreciate you, you know, as the kids say, good looking out for everybody else, but I'm only on this end.
Yeah, I would like to piggyback a little bit on what Commissioner Price is saying, and then looking at what is our responsibility? What is the whole budget looking at? Because bottom line, that's what we are charged with. And as Dallas County, there are a couple of other items going on in our own budget that we must tend to, with parts of it being things like just looking at mental health needs and where we are in the realignment of what's going on with the provision of services in the county, and just due to what's going on with us and in the state, what are going to be our increased responsibilities for fiscal year 2017. In addition, partially because of the freeze that had gone on and some of the ramifications in the various departments, we're looking at continued vehicle replacement is one of the, and I see a lot of the Sheriff's Department here, and I know that they would appreciate having that particular item tended to. In addition, we have responsibility for 6,500 employees. And in 2017, we'll be looking at a little bit of an increase in the retirement fund, which I know that a lot of people, we really treasure our employees and would like to see them come to that point in their careers. And so attending to that is our responsibility. Also, the employee health insurance part. We must bear in mind that by 2018, we are going to really have to look hard at that particular item, but I think it's being very prudent. Taking our responsibility very seriously and looking at the health care needs of our 6,500 employees also. But then, as also has been noted, it is the salary that has been lagging. The Hayes study did show, a very recent study showing that we are across the board 15% behind, with some areas of our employee pool below that area, but below that number also. And that's where, looking at our budget overall, we really have to take very seriously what can we accomplish. Sometimes in my own personal budget, in the tight years, I strap it up and say, no, I'm not going to spend in these areas. But then that also means if I get a couple extra dollars, that I am going to do the maintenance issues that have to be taken care of, and I am going to invest in those things for the long term, what's going on. Which also brings up the point that, no, Dallas County is part of a bigger picture. The state legislature, in all of its wisdom, chances are good this coming up year, is going to address local control, and that's going to be caps being put on where our funding is. As due to the insights, the strength, the frugality that Dallas County has shown, we do have the 6th lowest tax rate in the state, which is phenomenal considering what we've been able to accomplish with those dollars.
Urban counties.
And of the urban counties, you're right, we're second or third?
The lowest.
Third lowest, which is,
We're the lowest of the large urban counties. We're the lowest of the large urban counties.
Yeah, Collin County is,
That's not large urban.
they're not in a large urban county. But looking at in what we've been able to do, we have maximized our tax income. And I think that there is no difference of opinion in that we want to collect only what is needed. But we have to look not only at what is going on today and the responsibilities for today, but in a longer term and what's being responsible to this court now and to future courts and to future residents of Dallas County in that bigger world that we're looking at. And I would like to say that with my responsibility for 9% of the tax bill, yeah, I do take that very, very seriously, but I do recognize that it is 9%.
18.
Anyway, you're talking about, we keep talking about.
Yeah, but for Dallas County's tax rate, Dallas County's tax income, I make decisions only on Dallas County's responsibilities.
In the House Park District.
Well,
but
Parkland has their own board, has their own administration, makes their own decisions, and yes, we do have a relationship.
No,
we set
the rate. They don't set the rate, we set
They don't set the rate, but they are the ones that make the decisions on how that money is spent also. And there is a lot of conversation, there is a lot of oversight that happens on that. But no, Parkland's budget and Parkland's tax rate and Parkland's tax income is Parkland's. We have absolute responsibility for the 9% of our decision-making, our employees, our responsibilities on the provision of services. So I don't know.
In other words, she's saying is that technically we don't consult with nobody else with that. I got you. But at the end of the day, we make
At the end of the day, I mean, yeah, we do have a relationship there, and we do have relationships with our cities, and we do talk with them, we do work with them. There's no doubt about that. But for us sitting right here, what do we have responsibility for? And so that long term, we have to also do what we can and use any gift that we have from Solomon or whomever on to project how can we make wise decisions for today and 5 years from now and 10 years from now.
And the only reason I brought up the whole commercial versus residential, you want to always throw up the $100,000 home and the $149,000, the $200,000, and I get that. That's 46% of the value. But I got companies up there that's $270 million, and I'm giving them the same break. And
as the law requires, though.
Huh?
As the law requires.
That. But what you need to understand is your decision is that you use the portal of middle income and people living in apartments and having a hard time making. But I'm giving 54% of my values from commercial, same break. And you haven't shown me, and like you said, I can't call it out. So at the end of the day, and it's really, and again, when you talk about those cities get sales tax. We don't. Cities have a number of areas in terms of how they get revenue stream. We have basically one, because that fines and fees with criminal cases down, with civil case filings down with collection rates on fines, down. We got all we have is property taxes. So we're talking about 3% difference between what we projected and what they came in at.
Correct. And it's like I think both of my colleagues have said, Josh, I mean, we respect your opinion, definitely. But it's about being fiscally responsible. Nobody likes to pay more taxes. I mean, I have to say, I don't like to pay more taxes either. But, what you have been calling meaningful tax relief is really being said, just like Commissioner Price, for the commercial property owners. The reality in a $200,000 home in Dallas County is $37.01. So the minimum tax release here is not for the middle class, as you say, it's really for the commercial classes. And, we've been seeing all these Facebook posts and all these editorials. And, when on the other side of the newspaper, on the same page, you see most of them are not giving any cut tax rates. And why? Because they're saying exactly what we've been saying for a long time. We need to take care. We really want to help the county workforce to develop. The working force, that increase has to be in the salaries of our employees. That's what it has to be. And put the responsibility, and I know what people are going to say after I say what I'm about to say. Oh, politicians need to blame some other politician. But no. In this case, I'm just going to say this. We need to put the responsibility where it really has to be. And that is where the money comes from, state and federal. And I've been saying this all along. The day the state funds education in the whole state of Texas as it should be, that tax bill will go down. In the meantime, here just locally, the schools are struggling. They're about to pass a 13-cent bond package. Increase, Judge. The second point that I've been saying, and I say this publicly many times, we need to re-examine the exemptions that the state gives. Just in Dallas County, my friends, we have a $52.3 billion exemptions. And I'm not saying cutting the veterans, I'm not saying just re-examine them. The Constitution of the United States is very clear that everybody has to pay taxes. We don't have to pay the highest taxes. We want to pay everybody the fair tax. The third is, and some of my colleagues already mentioned this, is Dallas County spends over $11 million per year. This is every year. It's coming, and Mr. Brown is about to talk about it next to me. Is mental health, Commissioner Daniel mentioned it, child protective services, public health, Mr. Thompson, community supervision and corrections, traffic. We just saw, a presentation about City Map on how many billions of dollars if that could happen. Billions of dollars, that's what we're talking about. Highways, when we talk about the state responsibility, we need that money here. Unfunded mandates, Commissioner Price, the jail, we can talk over and over and over about this. But last and not least, the one that will bring the most money to every single municipality and county is the disclosure, of commercial property sales. That's it. With that, I will tell you, everybody here will get at least, if all of these gets implemented tomorrow, at least $500. Judge, $500 for the working class. Of course, also for the rich. But with that being said, it will really be a tax relief for everybody.
But keep in mind, the county did what no other municipality did.
Yes, go ahead.
And we froze the rate. That's cost us $12 million or 4%. And the Constitution does not allow us to go back and pull it back. We are the only one.
This is a 65 plus exemption.
That's right. And I voted against it. But, and some other people there with me in spirit, they just got bullied. My point is that I think in the Book of Kings.
I think we had a deal and it went south.
He went south, right, okay. Ben Hadad, somewhere in Second Kings, but anyway. But my point is that, and we're saying all this in good, because one of the things that, again, I wanted Ryan to lay out, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, even in 20 years, I mean, he laid out 10, but you can go back the other 10, and if you go back the other 10, you're not going to find it different. The only time being a part of this club that we've ever raised taxes is because of the jail. And that jail cost us, if we can keep the population under 5,500, cost us $11,500,000 every month.
And $198 million to get it in compliance.
That's right.
$198 million.
That's exactly right. So all I'm saying is, we haven't raised, when you look at what we've done and compare us to other big urban counties, compare us to our other urban counties, and I happen to be fortunate to be a part of that 1999 pay-as-you-go 4.5 cents set aside. But that's what Dr. Garcia and both Commissioner, that's what we continue to talk about. We've deferred all of this maintenance. Because if you live in Dallas County, you haven't voted on a bond program since 1995. You haven't voted. You voted on the school bond, you voted on city, you voted on community college, you voted on everything. You haven't voted on a county bond. And we still maintain with what you've been giving us.
And $200 million if it passes today on another CO.
Well, that's true. But that's
no increase in taxes.
That's exactly, no increase in taxes, but that $200 million is because it's deferred. It's been deferred. The bill was about to fall in on us. We didn't have a choice. And so what we're saying is, we've done all of that, and we haven't come to the voters and asked, will you give us a $500 billion, and I still say in Dallas County, your per capita debt service is $35. No place else in the state. By the way, those of us who live in the city of Dallas, we pay $1,738 per debt service capita. That's on $5 billion. You're paying on less than $100 million in Dallas. Can't think about $80 million. Am I correct? So my point is that you're talking about 3% between what we projected and what it came in at. Okay, I'm done.
And anyone wants to come and speak?
Yeah, I've got a question for you. I've got a question for you before we have the public speakers. So what Commissioner Cantrell and I are talking about, the effective rate. You've also got the budgeted rate, and you've got the windfall, take what the full amount rate. Under any of those scenarios.
The no change rate.
The no change rate, okay. So under any of those rates, we've heard a lot about replacement vehicles or the mental health. Are all those funded the same under the effective rate and the other rates, except for the salaries?
I mean, yes, you could develop the budget so that you maintained all of those things. Some of those we have no choice on, like the additional dollars for North Star because of the match that's required. You might choose to not replace as many vehicles, but effectively,
if we choose to, we can fund the same things. The difference would be in the salary paid to the employees, correct?
Well, for simplicity,
how does that get us down the road with regards to some of our facilities that have been deferred as a result of a very...
There clearly would be an impact on your ability to maintain and do some of the maintenance issues that we've been aggressively trying to approach. Those aren't in the general fund, so typically I don't refer to them when I'm doing my presentations, but clearly that will have an impact on your major technology fund. Will have less money to do computer projects. Your major capital fund will have less money to be able to do some of the building projects. We've always ensured that our transportation funding stays whole, so Alberta and transportation doesn't get impacted by that, but that actually means it's a bigger impact on your building side. And then your Fund 126, which is the nuts and bolts type maintenance, that also would be impacted.
It's a whole budget.
It is.
And it's a whole package deal.
But stay with the question. The question is, at that level, it impacts us in terms of what our responsibility is going forward.
It impacts you in that regards, but for purposes of the general fund, where the majority of the employees are, you're effectively looking at, if you keep the rate at the 24.31, an 8% increase. If you roll it to the budget rate, which was 23.58 cents, you would get a 6% raise for the employees. And if you go to the effective tax rate, which is the 22.6385, you would be doing a 3% pay raise.
3%. So, and the point is, and the Hay study came in at 15 to 28%.
Dallas County's philosophy is to pay 15% below the market, and then the survey came and said we're 15% below that rate.
Exactly. And the point is that even if we give that 8%, given the market adjustment rate, our employees only basically pick up on the market about 3 to 4%.
Correct.
The local market is a very dynamic market, unlike some other parts of the country. But yes, the average governmental entity is probably going to be doing between 4 and 5%. So if we give 6%, we only gain 1% on the 15% shortfall. If we give the 8%, you'll gain about 4%.
Correct. So if we go with any of the other proposals with meaningful tax release, we're really giving our employees only 3%, which will keep us on the 11% below, what the
3%, you'll probably fall further behind the market.
Correct. So we're not competitive, guys. I mean, the point is we paid $200,000 for that study because we didn't want to be the ones talking, the elected officials. We wanted the real numbers, the third party, a specific opinion. And we are about, to cut the working force of the future. How many times we have seen that we are not attracting the young generation of workings to Dallas County. Our 35 and under, workforce is almost non-existent. If tomorrow just 1% of the seniors and I don't want to seniors, our mature workforce retires, we will lose, guys, about 600 people tomorrow. What will happen with Dallas County, Judge? What will happen when we continue to be way below governmental entities? And let me tell you another thing, not that I have all these newspapers to read every day, but, I mean, it was the Dallas Morning News, the one that made an in-depth analysis on how poorly governmental employees are paid. And it came out, surprise, surprise, that is minorities, minority women in particular, the ones that make the less, that they pay the less.
That's the workforce.
That's the workforce, correct. So what are we doing here, guys? I mean, if we really want to be fiscally, conservative, if we really want to do a makeover, make this county the best county and continue to be, the second lowest tax rate in the state, what we need to do is keep the tax rate as it is. We're still one of the lowest. Give our employees the salary they deserve and continue to improve our services that we give to the taxpayers of Dallas County and our buildings. I hate to say, but we're way, you want to also lower cost of maintenance, new buildings, guys, better facilities where we can be more productive is the way to go. And that's what I see as the future of Dallas County, Judge. And I think that this county, and I, congratulate people that served, before me, have done a great job, in what we've been doing as county government. And with that, I think that I said all that I was going to say.
All right.
Are there speakers on this?
Yeah, are we, any other comments from the commissioners before we hear from public speakers? And public speakers, I see people raising their hands. If you would, if you're a public speaker on this issue, if you would line up, I think, see someone coming forward. But if you'll just, may have been a bad idea. Yeah, go ahead and keep your seat. Go ahead and keep your seat. And what we'll do is we'll just raise your hand when we, Okay. So will the bailiff please read the rules of decorum for our public speakers?
All commissioner or court attendees are hereby advised that this meeting is conducted in accordance with the provisions of Dallas County Code, Section 74-71, Pittsburgh Webster speakers are to preserve order and decorum at all times. Personal, profane, or slanderous remarks are not appropriate and will not be allowed at any time during this public meeting. Any and all applause is to be kept brief in observance to time constraints. Disruptive visitors and registered speakers may be removed and are subject to penalties provided in the state of Texas Penal Code sections 38.13, 42.01, and 42.05. Registered individual speakers are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes, and a maximum discussion on any one topic is limited to 30 minutes.
Before you speak, up on this board up here, up on either of these boards in a moment, it will switch to looking like a stoplight. And this is for all the speakers, so you understand how this works. It'll look like a stoplight. When it's green, it means you're within your first 2.5 minutes of your 3 minutes to publicly speak. When it goes yellow, you've got about 30 seconds. When it goes red, it means your 3 minutes are up. What we would ask that you do, in compliance with our rules and with, just respectful of everyone's time, is if you see red and you're still speaking, go ahead and finish your sentence, and it won't count against you if a commissioner or someone asks you a question in the middle of it. And we want everyone, starting with you, to state your name and your address as you speak. So thank you, sir.
Peter Urrutia, I represent the Metro Texas Association Realtors, 8201 North Stemmons Freeway. It is a professional trade association of 17,700 real estate professionals, predominantly residential realtors. Thank you, Commissioner Daniel, Cantrell, Judge Jenkins, Commissioner Price, and Commissioner Garcia. We would ask that you seriously consider going to the effective rate for this budget cycle for serious reasons, but one is the increase in taxes. The effective rate will get you where you need to get. One of the things that is being lost in the discussion, and I'm speaking strictly on residential homeownership, is if you go to this and you do this, you're increasing the cost of homeownership. That is what you're doing. 3%, 2%, 1%, you're increasing the cost of homeownership. Let me say that again. You're increasing the cost of homeownership. That is not something we can support. That is not something we will support, because you have an opportunity to do the right thing and show some leadership. So we're asking you to please look at the effective rate and use the resources and what you have. And Judge Garcia, with all due respect, to think that mandatory sales price disclosure is the silver bullet, that is not the case. There are other states across the country that has happened, and they've done that, and they've opened up a can of worms that they cannot get back in there. It opens the door to new taxes, new revenues, new things like that. This is a unique situation. Everyone agrees with this, considering where the property values are and things like that. Nobody disagrees with that. But you have the opportunity to give meaningful tax relief. Taking your foot off the gas is not the same as stepping on the brake. It is not the same at all. So I please ask you to consider that. That's what the Metro Texas Association of Realtors is. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Pete.
Our next speaker, sir, Mr. Berkeley, and you are actually on our speaker list, but you can speak on this and the other issue that you're on. Okay. So go ahead and say your name.
It's Joe Berkeley. It's basically tied in. I come in here more as somebody that was elected to precinct chair 35 years ago, second longest term in Dallas County, that, like Commissioner Price pointed out, we haven't had a bond proposal in 21 years, while DISD and the City of Dallas have passed billions of dollars. I agree with the higher rate. It should even be higher than that. And I'm not a wealthy person. My family's owned my home for 60 years. Home I owned for over 40 years, burned down a couple of years ago. But we have been in this in this county, my family, for generations. They were some of the first French settlers here. Like Commissioner Garcia said, none of us like higher taxes, but just like in her district, there are needs out there that have not been met. And when Commissioner Mayfield was on there, he did nothing for the little town of Copper Hill, which is my precinct I represent. That road needs to be replaced. Jefferson needs to be replaced. There are a lot of needs in all of your districts that need to be replaced. But in all fairness to even the Republican Commissioners Court before this court has been incredibly frugal and has watched every tax dollar. But we have a lot of needs needs in Dallas County that are not being met. Like I said before, the mosquito crisis, everything that's come along, the county's responded in a very responsible way at the least possible cost to the taxpayers. And I would just urge you to adopt the few cents more that it's going to cost us, because you do an excellent job, and we need not only do we need the services we're getting now, but we need a bond problem to do a few more streets out there that have been neglected for decades. And I just appreciate the incredible job y'all do. As somebody that's an early voting judge in Dallas County, as well as a precinct chairman, we're paid below the poverty level. That's why we can't get workers right now, because no elections, they're only paid the minimum wage. You need to look at paying the election workers as well a livable wage. The judges get way below the poverty level, and the clerks get even less. So when we're considering that, there aren't that many people working in elections, but as the older people die out, we need a little more money to get people to incentive to work these elections, because we're having a really difficult time recruiting people not only for early voting, but especially on election day.
Thank you, Mr. Burke.
Thank you, Joe.
Just so you know.
Yeah, and I can keep that on my phone, but for the convenience of the speakers, could we please put the stop sign up there so they can see their time? Or a countdown clock?
Can't see it,
That
Judge.
can't see. She's monitoring, and so is Mr. Heichel.
Well, can we do it like for their benefit, can we do it like we do every single week?
We can, Judge.
It's broken? Sounds broken?
Judge,
Okay.
if you want, what I can do is
Okay.
stand up when there's 10 seconds left so the person can start the countdown.
Yeah. I'll keep a clock for y'all, and if anyone would like a warning on time, then Gordon will stand up whenever you
10
ask.
seconds left.
Or if you want 30 or whatever you want. And let me get the stopwatch to work since.
They've got it. We got a couple of stopwatches out there.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Teddy Hawkins, 2504 Pine Street, with the Friends of X-Line and also a Bumfest. I think it was lost on the discussion. We surely need to raise taxes as high as we can. You know, the county, man, is up on not only a pandemic, an epidemic, and I'll be speaking at it at the end of the meeting. Now, this Zika is more dangerous, Joe, than what they're really saying. You know, I read some reports, and I've been studying it for 6 months. One bite can affect every adult in here. It actually causes what they say this Guillain-Barré syndrome, which paralyzes you for up to 2 years. Okay? It does more to children than what it's saying. Okay, a lot of them are going to be born deaf and blind. And then we got this antibiotic age is coming up, where you got 10 million people already dying each year because the antibiotics no longer work on them. Okay? And then we got the drug epidemics with the flacco, the heroin, all of it that's already hit Dallas. We got the lead over on the relevant side. It's been carried on the municipal sides. But it's over on. So we're talking about, man, having a discussion with the public so that we don't have a crisis down the road. So no, we need to have a bond project. We need to raise this thing as high as we can. And we need leadership, man. So y'all need to rethink this thing. I'll be speaking a little bit more about Zika. I had a chance to, to talk to Zach on what's going on with this virus. But we need some leadership from the elected side. We can't play with this. Zika is real, and it's getting more and more dangerous. And now it's using humans as mosquitoes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. And yes, our next speaker, and I think you're on. Go ahead, ma'am. Come forward.
Yes.
Hello, I'm Candy Evans. I am at 11407 West Rick Circle in Dallas, Texas. I'm not giving you my age, though. I'm founder and publisher of Candy'sDirt.com. It's a real estate news blog and a website that covers residential real estate exclusively. So, ladies and gentlemen, right now we risk losing population to surrounding counties because Dallas is becoming an increasingly expensive place to live. I do want to thank you thus far for your very prudent budgeting, and I hope you would do the same in the future. We are now paying more in property taxes because of increased values across the board in every neighborhood. Right now we have a windfall, but it comes at a huge price on the citizens of Dallas County. They're feeling this pain, and they're being very vocal about it. I'm hearing it. If more of them are not here today to protest, it's because they have jobs where they're working to pay their mortgages and property taxes, along with all the other taxes that are thrust upon us. The majority of your constituents live in moderately priced homes, and these people living in homes priced from $100,000 to $250,000 are bearing the biggest brunt of this property tax increase, some of it right at the 10% limit. And by the way, affordable homes in Dallas County are disappearing. In Palo Alto, California, which has a much different problem than what we do, the average home is now at least $1 million. The city's planning commissioner is resigning because she and her husband cannot afford to live there. The rent is $6,200 a month. They actually share a home with another family. By the way, she's an attorney and he's a software engineer. Owners of more expensive homes in Dallas hire tax advisors to get their rates down, as do the commercial property owners. And I do agree with you on the commercial property. Later today in my blog, we will show you 5 properties, Alta Mayfair on Turtle Creek. 4 used property tax consultants to successfully lower values, 1 did not. As for those who rent, this increase in property values is killing the owners of rental and investment properties. A fair number of those are seeing 30% increases in property values they are then passing on to their tenants in the form of higher rent. That's $150 a month on a $150,000 house. A lot of money for a young family or a single working mother who must also pay for child care, health insurance, food, and transportation. I would ask, as many of my readers have asked, to lower the tax rates as Judge Jenkins has proposed. In fact, I think you could lower them even more without a pay increase. Personally, don't throw anything at me, but I am against any county pay increases. I'm most definitely against the 8%, especially given the needs in our community. And I'm against a 3% increase. Real wages are not increasing for the average taxpayer. Yes, there are 5,800 employees here, but there's 2.6 million people who live in our county. They're not getting anything. They cannot just say to their bosses, hey, there's more money in the coffers because property values went up, so I want a pay increase.
You're out of time.
Oh, I'm out of time? I'm so sorry. Thank you. Anyhow, thank you for hearing me out, and I appreciate your work. Thank you. Keep it to be effective.
All right. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm here to talk about my situation here as a property owner, to give you a little bit more of a view on that. In the year 2000...
What is your name, ma'am?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Lisa Marie Gala. I live at 5835 Morningside Avenue in the city of Dallas. In the year 2000, I bought a house on the M Streets cash. I was excited to have a minimal bill and a reasonable tax rate on a 1,300 square foot cottage. Within 2 years, my tax rate doubled. I wasn't pleased with such a rapid change, but I was happy with my home evaluations. As you know, the home evaluations in the downtown city core are out of control. I started a conservation district in 2000, which passed in 2004 on the M Streets, to try to skew some, or try to abate some of the tax skew that was happening with the 4,000 to 5,000 square foot houses next to ours. The conservation district helped for a short amount of time, and just as I had come to accept the tax increases doubling every year, in 2012 I took a sabbatical. I decided to rent my house, and I still had a tenant in the house when I moved back to Dallas, so I rented a cheaper apartment in East Dallas for the 6 months and let my tenant remain. Here's the financials. I rented an apartment not far from my M Streets home for $1,054, all bills included. I rented my house for $2,500 because of its obscene evaluation, and the tenant paid the bills. I was making $752 a month profit after I paid the $8,317.74 in taxes on the property, and it occurred to me I should stay a renter, even though my neighbors were heroin dealers and I heard gunfire all hours of the night. However, I did move back into my property this spring, just in time for a higher tax assessment. My taxes of $8,317 are increasing by $1,883 and change to $10,201 next year on a 1,300 square foot cottage. That means I had to put myself back through professional school and up my corporate America skills so I can take the $850 a month straight off and pay your guys' taxes. This is just one person that shouldn't have to pay this much money. And, you know, here's the concerns that I have is that my tax bill over 16 years in this house has been over $100,000. My tax bill yearly in this small house that I'm just trying to maintain by myself is 10% of my income without a mortgage. That doesn't include insurance, that doesn't include utilities, that doesn't include cost of living. So I think that kind of sums it up fast, but I really want you guys to realize that if you're trying to buy a house, now my house is evaluated, I don't know why, $637,000. In Indiana, a 1,300 square foot house would be $40,000. But no, don't feel sorry for me. You know, I bought the house for much less. It's the city that's raising the taxes, but I shouldn't have to pay $850 a month in taxes. It's crazy. Can't do it. Gonna move.
You're out of time, but thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And do we have any other public speakers? Come on.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. I'm Chris Dyer. I live in the 75208 zip code right here in Oak Cliff in Dallas. I'd like to speak for the employees of Dallas County. This is my effective tax relief right here, 10 cents a day. 10 cents a day. I live in a modest house in Oak Cliff. This discussion, I cannot even say it better than what Ryan Brown has said here today. We're 30% below market. That doesn't take into consideration employees that were frozen on the step plan. If you're a 6 or 7 year employee, that puts you another 30% behind that. I've been a Dallas County employee for almost 30 years. 16 of those, the pay plan was frozen. You have the money now to fix this problem. You'll never have a better chance than right now to fix it. We've seen attrition rates with employees as high as 40%. What business out there can survive with a 40% attrition rate? It took $198 million to get the jail back in compliance. How are you going to do that without qualified, trained employees that want to stay here? We're losing employees. We're losing our 6 and 7 year employees because we froze their pay. We spent all that time and money training them. Now some other police department is getting the benefit of our training. If you sell somebody a car without a motor, they may be really happy at first. But once they get home and realize that car doesn't run, they're probably not going to be happy anymore. People want tax relief, yes, but they also want good service. They want good service from Dallas County. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
I'm Sefton Burke, and I've been with the department 23 plus years. And I'm here today to speak on the salary increase for the employees, not necessarily just the sheriff's department, but also for the county on a whole. I was just listening to this lady speaking about her property a while ago and the increase that they have in property values nowadays. What I'm not hearing anybody speak about is the value there. That's money. That value, that's an increase. That's money, you know. So they're getting more money because of the value of their property. What is the problem in paying a little more taxes? All right. Currently, we have over 200 people in the sheriff's department alone that's able to retire, and every day we have people retiring because they're not paid adequately. You know, I'm considering it myself. I'm also considering for those of you who are listening that might be willing to support somebody in running for one of these commissioner's spots so we can actually handle business the right way. Just, hey, let me know, because I need your support. All right? Now, we cannot hire in people. We're having a problem, big time problem, getting young people in to the sheriff's department. We can't, because as Commissioner Garcia said, we're not paying people enough to even be attracted to the department at all, period. So people are leaving, nobody's coming in. What's going to happen down the road? Another lady just mentioned that she has to pass the cost of her taxes on to who? Consumers, us, the renters. Well, we're the working class people. The folks that can't afford to buy homes and all that kind of stuff, we have to rent them. All right? They don't really feel the brunt of anything. The working class people does. We, who you, don't want to pay. Does that make any sense to you? It doesn't. Go ahead and increase the taxes. We're not asking you to increase their taxes by the value of their property, but whatever is reasonable so that the consumers, the working class people, can realize a raise and be able to pay the rent that this lady is going to charge us. How about that? All right? Thank you.
My name is Miguel Hernandez. I've been a veteran with the Dallas Sheriff's Department for 23 years. This is not something about me because I'm a top-out veteran. This is about the Lord, the people that are under me, the people that have been here. Within that time, the steps are frozen. We're talking about clerks. We're talking about junior deputies, jailers. It's about them. We got single moms out there that are clerks that need additional assistance, and this 8% will go a long way in helping them out. And also, with the step raises reinstituted, I mean, we've had discussions where we could come up with a plan to increase, getting back to those steps where they belong. The deputies, the DSOs, the clerks, they've given their time when their time was when their money was frozen. All we ask is for the same in return. That's all we want: fairness for the employees with Dallas County. It was given their all every day in and day out. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Lieutenant Fonda Boyd, and I live in the 75227 area. I can't live where the homes are valued at $600,000, so I live where I fit. And because of my not getting an increase or a pay raise, I have to budget around what I receive. And the Commissioner Price talked about doing the right thing. That's all we're asking, is that you do the right thing, because I don't have children, but there are single females that do have children, and they need to meet their children's need. And all we're asking is that you do the right thing.
Thank you. Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Tammy Kemp. I'm an elected official, but I'm not here to speak on behalf of elected officials. Our administrative judge, Judge Lewis, was here, and we were here in support of she and the other judges at the Frank Crowley building, but most importantly, the magistrates that work with us. And several of the points that we wanted to make on behalf of our magistrates are, we hope that they will be considered for any pay increase. The magistrates that work with us and do a huge share of the work at Frank Crowley are not elected officials. And though they're tied to the salaries of the
they're tied to the JPs.
The JPs, they are not. And for some reason, we want to make certain that they are considered as regular employees. The JPs have an additional source of revenues. Our magistrates cannot and are not allowed to work any other jobs. So they're tied to whatever their salary is set at. And they've not had a pay increase for quite some time. So at a minimum, we would like that you consider them as regular employees and certainly compensate them accordingly with the other employees. And lastly, I would just say, as a taxpayer of Dallas County, I wholly support all that you've done in being fiscally conservative. But at the end of the day, we need to treat people fairly. And we have employees who are going above and beyond what we've ever asked them to do. They've been with us through the lean times and put in a fabulous work effort. And I would just ask that you compensate them accordingly. And I appreciate your efforts in being objective to find out what we already knew, that we underpay people, but let's not undervalue them. When we have the opportunity to bring them up a little bit, let's please do that. Thank you very much.
Ditto. Thank you.
Judge, well, you need to put yourself on the record.
Oh, that's Judge Jennifer Bennett, Dallas County.
Comments for ditto?
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
And thank you. Any other public speakers?
One thing I do want to...
Wait, let me say that any other public speakers, let me get done with speakers and then y'all can get more comments. Are there any other public speakers on the Dallas County tax rate? That's twice. We have to do it 3 times. Any other public speakers?
Make a motion that the public hearing cease.
Second.
The motion, the hearing's closed.
Second.
I think Commissioner Daniel may have beaten you to the second there, but
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. That's fine.
doesn't matter.
Either way, you're fine. Just move it. It's closed. It's closed.
All those in favor of closing the public hearing?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, is there further, Commissioner Price, sound like you wanted to say some further
One
things.
thing I was going to say to Judge Kemp, and I guess Judge Bennett was ditto, and one of the things, and I appreciate the District Attorney's Office because as chairman of jail population and jail sanitation, we charge both, because under the regulatory agency, the Sheriff's Department, in maintaining a population that is 80% the size of most of the cities in the state of Texas. The Dallas County Jail. That's a 24/7 operation, and these are the people who operate. That's number one. But on the other side, one of the things I charged in population last week was the District Attorney's Office to make a comparison with their office in terms of cases, case disposed, case dismisses, the number of cases, same way with our Public Defender's Office. You know, this county, again, I talk about the court, the previous courts being extremely frugal, but we've gotten great work out of our workforce in terms of metrics. And so when I charged them, I did the comparison on Harris County, Bexar County, Travis County, in terms of what they're doing with the number of employees that they're doing. We're the second largest county, but they are producing larger than other counties where the elected officials and other people are paid a lot more, have more employees. Right now, Dallas County, even if we did the 8%, we would still be number 4 in terms of smaller counties, like Harris County, Montgomery County, Bexar County, and I think even Tarrant County. Tarrant County outdistances Dallas County, even when we do the 8% compensation. And again, I'm going to keep going back, giving, as the kids say, cred. Is that right, young people? Cred. Giving cred to where cred is due. The fact of the matter is we've got elected officials who have put $27 million in the pot for Dallas County, and that was their money. They could have diverted, could have done anything else in the world with it. I mean, the statute sets what they can do with it, but they didn't have to give it to Dallas County. Tax assessor, $17 million. Mr. Warren, county clerk, $10 million.
Plus panoramic.
Plus panoramic. 7. I mean, I'm just saying, and so they really deserve our consideration. I'm going to continue to proffer for them because they produce. And those of us who are in these committees, we see that. That's the way the work gets done. we see what's going on. And these are the people who are doing it on the ground, and so they really deserve it. And we've always, for the last 19 years, elected officials and county employees have been winning. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Would also like to just piggyback a little bit on that in the respect that we're talking about a total budget. The budget includes personnel, it includes maintenance of buildings, it includes vehicles, it includes emission controls. I mean, there's just a lot that goes into the budget. It is a package deal. Up to this point, too, staff, the personnel cost has been, it's been just an across the board, all staff has been considered equal. So that if everything was frozen, everything was frozen. If there was a 2% increase for certain staff, there was a 2% increase for all staff, based on the idea that's the fairest way that we can address personnel costs in a county of this size and do the job that each one of us does every day, and which is very, very much appreciated. Part of the question becomes, too, because we've toyed a little bit of being responsible not only for today, but for tomorrow and next year also. So right now there is the thought of going to the effective rate because what was received in tax is a little above what had been projected. Would there be the support to go to the effective rate if in fact the case were reversed? Would there then be an increase in taxes?
Is this a rhetorical question?
Well, it's a question.
You're asking,
okay,
I'm
so
sorry.
let's get real about what we're talking about here. And if we're looking at making decisions from a policy point of view, and what is good for today, what is good for everybody, what is good for tomorrow, I would have to say that you know, I don't remember these kinds of discussions happening a few years ago.
If it's not a rhetorical question, I'm happy to answer it. Also, I want to be mindful. I'll answer it very briefly for you. And I can't speak for Commissioner Cantrell, but I look at these things pragmatically. And I look at the fact that we've talked about how the commissioners talk about how they haven't raised taxes, and I appreciate that they haven't raised the rate, but the way people feel their tax burden increases when more money is required to be taken from them and given to government. And so last year, the tax burden went up 7.5%. And I'm looking at wage rates that have gone up for the middle class on average over the last 5 years, according to the Bureau of Vital Statistics for Dallas County. The Federal Bureau looking at Dallas County says that over a 5-year period, we've only gone up 4.07% in wages for people that aren't out there working for big companies and government. And I love our employees, but I've got to focus also on the 2.6 million people that live here, most of whom don't work for big companies and government. And so those folks have seen 4%, not a year, but 4% over the last 5 years, so less than 1% a year. And so when I look at it pragmatically, look at, you know, not to inject too much politics into this, but I'm a Democrat. People aren't going to vote for me because I'm for keeping their taxes down. If you're big in keeping taxes down, you're voting for Republicans. I'm doing this because I believe, and that doesn't mean your belief is any less valid than mine, but I believe that the best thing for the people who live here right now is for us to give our middle class some relief. If the situation was that Parkland couldn't take care of its patients, we were in some horrible recession, no, I'm not opposed to looking at it the other way. That's just not the hypothetical situation that we're in. I haven't changed parties or changed my ideology. I'm just looking at the situation on the ground like I would with any other situation and trying to pragmatically look at what's best for people, as I assume everyone here is doing. So that's the answer to that. I want to give everybody a chance to speak, and I don't want to be the last word on this because I want to give you a chance to speak. We do have a Parkland budget hearing at 11. If they speak for another 10 minutes, is that fine? Because it's pretty close, right? Are y'all done? Any
Wait.
further? Well, I'll let you talk, and these two had to talk.
Well, that's right, but we closed the hearing. I thought you meant something else. Okay, got it.
I've got the Parkland
I
here,
got you.
and I want to give you.
Seventeen.
Are there any other comments from commissioners?
No.
No, we've got a Parkland budget briefing that is posted, so I've got to get it kind of close to the time.
Right.
But
Yeah,
any last words from the two?
I want to put a couple of statements. You know, I support the Dallas County employees also. There may be a different way, some of us may have a different way of reaching the end differently from others. In other words, when you look at what we've done with the pay-as-you-go since 2000, we've been able to keep our tax rate 1.85 cents lower because of our pay-as-you-go and not having to service debt. So, you know, that's a very fiscally responsible thing to do. And I agree that some of our employee salaries are out of whack based on the 2008 and what's taken place there with the freezes. You know, we've under the effective rate, you can come up with a 3% increase because there's also an additional $10 million that the county will be receiving on top of what we received from last year, from the current tax, from the tax rate that we received last year based on the last year's values. What we haven't heard in all of these discussions is you can achieve the same thing on the raises by coming in and looking and making real cuts within Dallas County in order to support those raises. So, you know, and that's why I'm at the effective rate. Okay, that's all, George.
I guess the bottom line for me, though, is I call it the Paul Harvey theory of looking at this. And I think in the publicity has presented one side of the budget, one side of the tax rate increase. And I guess I would be advocating of, okay, as you've mentioned, there are a number of ways of looking at the total budget. How is it that we are going to get to where Dallas County needs to be on public health, public safety, elections, all of this services, all the departments? And I would challenge you to look to where those cuts are going to be made that would have any impact on our budget, because I know that they had been scraped pretty close to the bottom for a number of years, and we are just now beginning to replace some of the staff. IT is still struggling. The Sheriff's Department is still struggling. Law enforcement across the board is struggling. Engineering, I mean, just the number of staff people that we need that we're having a difficult time filling those positions. So I can look at the whole budget.
So if I can show you where those cuts can be made, you'd support it?
I'd be willing to talk about,
okay.
But
Ryan, let's get busy.
Well, no.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I hear you. But you know, other than filings being down, I got you. But even if y'all deal with all of that, you're talking about $800,000 for those.
I mean, we're not talking just the actual courtroom. I mean, we're talking across the board.
Well, you know, I think when you compare the departments here as they did in the DA's office, when I compare them to other counties, I think they're doing more with the less. They're doing more with the less. Those are the numbers.
Oh, I know.
Well, yeah, filings are down in those civil courts.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
But we're also at 500 employees from where our historical number has been 6,000 is what was a constant, and we're up to 6,500. I mean,
employees are up.
So, I mean, there's some room to squeeze out.
Okay, I'll let everyone else have a word. Commissioner Garcia, last word on this before we move to the public?
I'm done.
Okay, great. All right, and I'm a little bit late on 14 minutes late, but Parkland, your scheduled time is here, so please come forward. Where are they? I see William. Where's the rest of you?
Motion to suspend the...
Commissioner Cantrell makes a motion to suspend. I'll second. Suspend the agenda.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. There you are.
Well, good morning.
Who's going to run the thing?
Yeah, he's calling me, the guy from the magazine.
No, that's not the secretary, it's the administrator.
Okay.
That's a minister on the line.
He was giving you the thumbs up, I don't know, I didn't know.
What's that?
He was giving you the thumbs up, and I didn't know what you meant.
I think what he meant was he came here to make sure I was going to come to some event of on-time park. My wife, I'm going to sit through that.
Hey, Dr. Cerise, good to see you.
How are you?
All right, thanks. Tell me when you're ready.
Did you get it back to zero, friend? Okay, anytime you're ready, go ahead, my friend.
All right.
Ready?
All right. Good morning. Okay. You've got. I don't know if you do you have hard copies of this? We do. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, I'm going to walk you through the our second presentation on the budget and talk about some of the progress we made between the.
Hey, Fred, I'm not sure we do have hard copies. Do we have hard copies of the?
We do.
Oh, we do? Okay. Well, I don't know if Mike and I do.
I do.
I don't know where mine went. I didn't, oh, it's up on my desk. I got it.
I'm fine.
I thought it was going to be done in court. By that time, go get it.
Okay, so
Silly me.
I'll give you an overview of kind of the main points that have changed since the last time we were here. So this is a streamlined version. The first few slides just look at volume trends. And as you can see, we've experienced increases. The adjusted patient days is a summary measure for us. We've experienced increases this year. We're projecting pretty much flat for 17. And to break it down, our hospital discharges have increased about 13% this year. We will hold those flat for next year. The outpatient visits have gone up about 6% this year. We're projecting a slight increase for next year as well. That's associated with moving into the new clinic on campus, the Anderson Clinic. The urgent care and ED visits, again, we're projecting pretty much a standstill in volume, and all of that feeds into our budget numbers. And as you can see here, last time we were at about $101 million to make up. We've worked that number down to about $79 million. That's mainly a result of a few major moves. We've removed some of the incentive pay that we had in there, about 2% incentive pay. That was a $17 million item that we've removed. We've removed some of the market adjustment pay that we had included in there, and we've had some additions as well. The main one was nursing facilities. We've removed that because of the uncertainty with that program, and so we've taken that revenue out of the budget altogether. And so, on balance, we've gone from just above $100 million to just below $80 million. In discussions with, you can see the cash flow margin, which is about $26 million there. That's a positive number for us. We need that number to be able to at least cover our capital expenditure, which we've got down to about $40 million. And so to have a positive cash flow margin, we are about $14 million short. We continue to work on that number, and we expect to have that in a positive fashion, such that we can have a positive cash flow and cover our capital budget for the year. We've had some ongoing discussions with our own board about about how far we can go in terms of funding depreciation, and clearly for us, with this budget, there'll be a balance between fully funding services and fully funding depreciation, and we expect that we will be able to, by the time I come back to you next time, we'll be in a position to positive cash flow, meet our capital demands, and the discussion points for us will then be in terms of services or fully funding depreciation. I can tell you the discussions with our board is, with $105 million in depreciation this year associated with the new building. Obviously, we don't have that much capital to invest in it because it's a new facility, but that'll be the balancing discussion that we have before next time. This looks at the capital spend. You can see for FY17 we're projecting $40 million in capital. Over half of that is related to IT. This is the remaining. We're finalizing our capital request. Like I said, that's going to come in though at $40 million. We still have work to do on the revenue and expense side. As I've explained, we've made a lot of progress, and over the next couple of weeks we will wrap that up. And we'll have our next presentation to you by the 25th for the September 6th presentation. So let me just answer questions.
I've got a question about how we're looking at, how is it going with the state in regards to the nursing homes. I know the Fed said they weren't tracking our letter, but now they are, and they're going to get us a response. Do we have a response? Where are we?
Yeah, CMS has responded to the state, not specifically to that letter, but they have responded to the state's request to extend that MPAP program negatively. Right, they've not given them an extension, and so.
How long ago was that?
Several weeks ago. I met with state officials about a week ago, a little bit more than a week ago, on this program. At that point in time, they told us they didn't expect the program to be renewed or initiated before September of 17. So a full year without the program, which is why we've taken any revenue associated with it out of the budget.
What does that do for those nursing homes and those patients that would go to those nursing homes for like a year when we don't?
Yeah, well, we don't intend, those are our nursing facilities now, and we intend to keep it that way. And so the additional revenue won't be there for next year, and so we'll just sort of see what materializes for the program for the following year.
Okay. But it's not going to cost us money.
It is going to cost us.
How
much? Because I don't see that on here.
We have some of that, the expenses built into the budget. We have a couple of people, for instance, that we have one specific person who's dedicated to the nursing home program. That's going to be in our general operating budget. We have portions of people like our infection control, our care management. They will spend some time in the nursing facility, but it's not a full FTE for those positions. We have some contract costs associated with that we expect to reduce for next year as well. So there will still be some costs, but it's already accounted for in the budget, specifically not in the nursing home program, though.
Just one thing, Dr. Since yesterday you sent us an email about the drug pricing program, the 340B. How is that going? Obviously, we're going to reduce that cost.
Yes, that was a situation that we had interpreting the rules of the program with federal officials, and we were using that program with our employees in our health plan to access 340B or reduced discount drug pricing, and it's determined we can't apply that to our employees if they're not seeing our own providers. Okay. And so that's about an $8 million hit for us.
It sounds from this discussion that there are still a number of items that are in play that will affect the bottom line, the minus $79 million right at this point. And I look forward to seeing the products of the work that will be going into, the drug, the nursing homes, the capital expenditures, there's just a number of issues that are still kind of in the air.
While everybody's talking universally, what does the effective rate do to Parkland?
I don't think anyone's talking about the.
Yeah, I am.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. He is.
Absolutely.
I believe the effective tax rate, if I recall, was somewhere around a $40 million hit. I mean, it was a big hit on the Parkland side.
No way.
And if we do the budgeted amount, what's the effect of that is, what is it, Fred, 13 million or
That
nine?
drop, I think that would cost
But
about
we would give
15
them
million,
13
16 million.
extra if we stay with the raw rate. That's the reason I wanted the effective rate, since that's all been the talk this morning. If you're going to now be hypocritical and follow
Well,
through.
but not to be confused, if you look at what I've said, I'm talking about the budgeted rate for Parkland and the effective rate for the county. So I understand Commissioner
So you're not
Cantrell.
considering the effective rate for Parkland, too?
No, I'm not. So
No, but you.
Good Republican would.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
but no.
the Republican is, but the Democrat is not.
Yes. Well, but I'm just saying, see, that's the hypocrisy, in your argument. I'm just saying, I got you, but I'm just saying that's the hypocrisy in it. But if the effective rate, as you now wanted it on the record, what the effective rate does for Parkland. $40 million.
$40 million.
It's a $40 million.
And I just want it on the record that I'm proposing the budgeted rate for Parkland, which is to take the rate down from 28.6 cents to 27.94 cents.
Okay, and what's the impact on that?
But that's still,
That's what-
that's not the same.
You got 105 million in depreciation. You know the board's going to say, don't take it up to the 79 or whatever the
Right.
final number is.
Right.
So you've got that whole thing to play with.
Right, well, not the whole thing, but you've got, I think, I don't want to say in publicly what I think you have to play with, but bondholders
Well,
and all
let's
that,
not
but you got a
play.
lot.
There's still $79 million in the red, so I mean, what's there to play with?
why are we even talking about it?
Okay, the problem with not considering the effective rate on Parkland is they don't have that senior citizens tax.
I got you. I got you.
So, you know, if you're kicking people out of their homes because of Parkland, so
Yeah,
bam.
that-
you know,
I just
so
wanted to point out
it's
the
the same.
hypocrisy.
It's the same.
Yeah, that's it.
And if
So
you
the
can-
$12 million, the $12 million that we're taking the hit on, we didn't do that to Parkland. So that, correct?
That's right.
Okay, so Parkland didn't have that $12 million hit.
Sorry, Dr. Solis, thank you so much.
Well, I still look forward to seeing what comes out and seeing how, what that final number is going to be. And then we'll see whether or not the effective rate will be taken into consideration.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you so
Do you
much.
have any other questions for Dr. Cerise? Hearing none. Better get while the getting's good, my friend.
Okay, thank you.
This is not good.
Thank you. He said a different number other than the law.
Yes, that's right, I did.
Yeah.
You only
So,
said yes?
no, I want the calculations.
I'll do,
It's a different calculation.
Let's put it at 30.
No, he said something different than raw rate, which is different.
Okay, let's move this on.
Okay. So, so they leave here thinking raw rate, and he said a different number.
And they're working their budget around that different number.
He's saying 7.5.
Yeah, which is, takes the rate down to 27.94, if you want to do some calculations for your person here.
I don't know what Parkland's using for their property value increase. I assume that they're using the 28.6.
They did.
For thus far, they're using the 27.94.
I don't think so. See, that's what you let them get.
This budget's predicated on that?
I believe it's predicated on a 7.5% increase.
See, that's what happens when you let,
Yeah, let's see.
Tell them they need to come back. Yeah, thank you. Well, see, that's what I said,
Before they go, one question. What is your budget predicated on 7.5% increase or a full 10.07?
These numbers are 7.5.
Okay, that's what I thought.
7.5.
Okay. All right, thank you. I think any other questions for Dr. Cerise?
Thank you very much.
So he's at
27.94. It would be, according to Ryan, would be
40 million. Difference between the effective.
Yeah, give or take, 40.
So it's still 40, it's not still 40 million.
I see what the confusion is. The difference between the budgeted amount and the effective rate is one number, and that's what Ryan gave you. And the number you were asking for, Commissioner Price, I believe, was the difference between the raw rate and the effective rate, correct?
Right.
So that, he wants that number.
We don't have that.
But
And I have that number. Do you have it? That number, Fred, would be 53? 53. So the difference in what I'm proposing and the raw rate, or the windfall amount, or whatever you want to call it, is about $13 million. Does that help you?
Yeah, but I don't think there's a second.
Okay. Well, that's something that we'll have to come up with at a later time, but just for purposes of everyone getting on the same page as to what the numbers are.
Right, I got you.
Okay.
Okay.
Everybody's got, any other questions for Dr. Cerise?
But for purposes of them developing their budget, does a majority of the Commissioners Court want to give a different, because they have to produce a line item budget just like I do, and so it certainly helps to know what the rate is.
That's the reason I was telling him we need to get it straight. You know, that's what I'm saying, throwing out all of this, but ain't got no direction.
That brings a good point. We have someone saying effective rate, we have someone saying budget rate, we have the windfall rate, the no change rate. So how hard would it be, and you to do this as well, Ryan, to, as we do the budget, apply those three numbers to it?
It's virtually impossible for the purposes of building a document that you'll approve on September 20th.
Give them direction on which one.
That's the reason I asked you the question when you said what you said a few minutes ago. And that's what I said. Without a second, you just said something. That's all. You're hollering in the wind. That's my point. He needs direction.
I think we're saying everybody's agreed to the effective rate, Dr. Cerise. Isn't that what I heard? My hearing's getting bad.
I don't think that is what anybody heard.
So you know, you don't have, that's what he's saying, he doesn't have direction.
Yeah.
Well, is anybody going to give them direction on the existing rate?
Stay as we are.
No, that's what he's saying.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what he's saying.
I think
Whether it's the existing rate or the
budgeted amount,
or the 7.5%, you're still going to be looking and following the same pathways.
That's right.
To affect the 79 million, right?
That's correct.
It's $13 million difference.
Yeah, that's 13 million.
Right, no, I appreciate that. But is that going to change what they do? No, they're still going to be looking to
The direction is
address every
continue
area
to
they
go.
can on income and expenses to reach the budget.
That's correct. I mean, we have to make an assumption regarding the tax number, which we've done, and as at this point in time, that's the number we have. We've tried to sort of test the temperature and see a reasonable assumption. That's what we built in, but it is impossible to put a final budget together if you don't know that piece.
Because I would
Doesn't make it complicated.
I would suggest that the status quo would be what is the current rate, and I would suggest that we would use that number as your baseline, because that's what exists today.
Right.
But having said that, now it's a lot easier to add $13 million and think of how to spend it at the last minute. I think where we are at now is we have two people for cutting the rates, we have two people for keeping the rates the same and undecided. It's going to be easier for Parkland to...
Am I the undecided?
Who are we?
No, I believe she's undecided on...
I think I just said something.
Okay. If you're decided, then...
She's decided at the existing rate. I'm decided at the effective rate, so...
You're at another rate, and, you know, and I'm...
Much easier to add money at the end than to find a cut on September 20.
But I think we're still waiting for additional information too, as far as, where that ends up and what's the impact on Parkland budget and their personnel.
Okay.
You don't have any more direction than when you walked in, so just keep doing what you're doing, Doctor.
You're doing a great job, Fred. You're doing a great job.
I'll model it where you direct me to model it. If it's the existing, if it's 7.5.
This time when you leave, you need to run.
That's the lesson.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown, take us to that nice budget session.
Yeah, I guess we're ready to do this. I was to help Parkland with knowing what to build for their budget, since I'm using my own assumptions and looking for direction as well. For the 2017 budget that my staff is diligently trying to pull together, I am actually using the current raw rate of 24.31 cents per valuation, which, as we discussed earlier, is the second lowest among the urban counties. I include Collin County when I do that discussion. If you include just the major five, then it would be the lowest. Things that are being folded in here that you need to be aware of as on the adjustment side is that the North Star is being changed, and that's going to require us to come up with $2.9 million in a contribution match. It's a required match for mental health. So that's new dollars. We will continue to have the $2.1 million for the 11-15 waiver match, at least for one more year. Hopefully they'll extend that, because I believe we're doing some good things with those dollars. And the $1 million contribution to the bridge does not change for 2017. I do know that the City of Dallas is taking a look at changing what they fund for the bridge, and so I anticipate that there may be some dialogue down the road about what we do related for our contribution. I have, at this point, I'm folding in 8% compensation increase for all county employees. This will allow us to gain the 3 to 4% on the market that we kind of talked about earlier. The Dallas County's retirement contribution is increasing to 12.03% of salary from 11.5% of salary, for a total cost of about $33 million. That's roughly a $1.2 million cost. The Dallas County health insurance contribution is increasing to $9,300 per employee for 2017 from the $8,800 that we've budgeted in the current year, for a total cost of $54.7 million. We've seen a very large increase in our health insurance costs this year. We've had some catastrophic illnesses that in much greater numbers than we've had in the past. Continuing the vehicle replacement, I'm trying to bump it up to the $2.6 million from the $1.5 that we used this year. That will allow us to capture and replace all the vehicles that we had stopped replacing during the recession. We have an aggressive office furniture and technology replacement for 2017. We've kind of been doing that for 2016, and this is kind of a continuation to ensure that employees have a good workplace and common area for customers is adequate. There are no new positions being added as part of the 2017 budget, but you have seen a few positions being briefed during the current year. There are very limited reclassifications. I really want to kind of hold off on a lot of the reclassifications until we get our employee compensation back to market, because a lot of these are really more market-driven and salary-driven than changes in the job. The telecommunications function is being moved from the general fund to the major technology fund. So there is a calculation that I did that means that we'll be decreasing the general fund by 0.1 cents and increasing the major technology fund by 0.1 cents. That covers the roughly $3 million cost, and then we will be spending some money for replacement and additional body armor and riot gear for the Sheriff's Office. Darrell Martin and myself will be meeting with representatives from the Sheriff's Office later this week to discuss exactly what their true needs are and bring that plan back to Commissioner's Court.
Great. Let me ask you, between the effective rate and the 24.31 same rate.
Correct.
Any changes on the plans in the budget for the North Star Dallas County item?
No, they would not be able to. We'd have to do that.
Same question for the retirement contribution.
We would have, obviously there'd be a savings as it relates to going to a lower compensation increase to employees, because you would have less that you'd have to contribute. But effectively, the percent doesn't change, just the amount.
Any changes on the health insurance side?
No, not change at all.
Any changes on the moving the 0.1 cent on the general technology side?
Not change at all.
Okay. Any changes on adding positions or cutting positions?
At this point, that wouldn't change at all.
Okay. Any changes on office?
At this point.
Any changes on office?
I mean, come on.
Probably not. And basically, and the answer on the vehicles and the office equipment is more related to the timing. If when we get to September 20th and we vote on the tax rate, I'm going to have a document that's probably going to assume an 8% increase for employees at the 24.31. If you guys adopt an effective tax rate, then I will verbally advise you that we're only going to be able to give a 3% compensation increase and notify the auditor's office that I will need to fold that change into the document before they turn it on October 1. So it'd be one of those on the fly. I wouldn't make any adjustments to the furniture or the vehicle.
And the technology replacement?
Correct.
And the last one would be body armor and rat gear.
I wouldn't make any changes to that.
Okay, so the change would be the amount of compensation?
Given the complexity of trying to make the other changes, yes, that'd be the change.
Go ahead.
That being said, here's Table 1 that you've seen many different times. For 2016, we ended up with about a $4 million increase in the ending balance or the beginning balance, depending upon which time of the year you're looking at it. You see that taxes came in a little under the original projection. It has to do with the delinquencies in some of the filings, lawsuits that we file on behalf of the commercial side. You see that the parking came up. It's above projection, but it goes back down for 2017. That kind of has to do with what we changed in the records garage. The one area that is clearly wrong on my spreadsheet is the interest on investments. That is missing numbers. I obviously didn't notice that. So it is staying pretty much flat. We're not seeing any increase in there. The budget number that's wrong, that should actually be closer to 1.2 million. The projection of 789,000 is correct, and it's dropping to 68,900. I think before I had vehicles in there, and so I changed it up. That is an area where I hope to start seeing some growth. Back in the 2003 and 4, we were getting about $18 million a year investments on our interest investments, and as you can see, we're virtually nothing. Other drops down about $2 million just for a variety of flow changes that go in there. So total revenue for current year is at $473,138 and is currently projected at $500,718. I'm still working with the auditor's office on a variety of different revenues, so that number will change once we finalize the budget. The encumbrance rollover for 2016 was $8 million. It goes back to zero for 17, but we'll get it back as soon as you see the next update when we do the 2017 updates. So you see salaries there where it's a little bit under budget for the current year, and then it bops back up. That's really just the increase in the compensation plus the retirement folded in there. Retirement or overtime was bumped up a little bit this year, but I pushed it back down for 2017 with the assumption that we'll be able to meet that target. Your extra help stays at about the same level as it's projected. You can see the huge increase in health insurance where it went from $49 million to $52 million. That's a $3 million increase in the current year, and then another $2 million increasing into 2017. Operating is pretty much flat straight across. There isn't a whole lot changing in there, though that is where you see the additional dollars for North Star that's put in that number. So otherwise it would have been lower than the last year's budget. Court costs are staying moderate right now. They're not doing a whole lot other than what we expected them to do. Placement has actually been down for this year for juvenile office, and it's projected to be up only slightly for 2017. Grant match is up slightly, but there's nothing that causing too much concern there. Workers' comp is flat straight across. You see a decrease in the capital that's really kind of showing you some of the things that we spent money on this year because of the $5.5 million in unclaimed funds that we recognize that we won't have for next year. And then welfare is pretty much flat. As you can see from the presentation, I'm still about $1 million short from a balance, but we're still actively putting numbers into spreadsheets and into Oracle, and I'll have a final dialogue with the auditor's office on the revenues. So I think at the end of the day, we would be balanced at that 24.31 at an 8%. On September 6th, you'll have the second public hearing on the county and Parkland tax rates. On September 20th, you'll have the public hearings on the budgets, and the tax rates will be set with the budget adopted. October 1st, the fiscal year begins. November 2016, I'll give you a budget update and then have a planning discussion on how we want to go about 2018. In January 10th is a date we all need to be paying attention because that's when the legislature will commence. February 17, I'll send out manuals. March 17, budget materials will be due. May 2017, we'll get our preliminary roll and we'll start again. So May 29th is when the legislature ends, and so we'll see what changes I have to plan for as we move into 2018.
That it?
That's it.
Great. Thank you. Any other questions for Ryan? Hearing none.
Mr. Brown.
You're welcome.
All right. We'll now consider the court orders. Is there a motion on court orders 1 through 60 and addendum 61 through 70, pulling 4, 13, 23, 28, 60, and 61 for separate?
Pull also 26.
Okay, yeah, there's one, okay, let me do that again. 26.
So it's 4, 20, 13?
What about 13? Am I supposed to do something with 13?
13 will be held, be heard and closed before we go back.
Okay, let me redo that then.
23 will be pulled entirely.
Pulled entirely, okay.
Yeah, what's
What
pulled by
will be?
SAC?
I've got that. Okay, so here we go. Can I get a motion on court orders M1 through 60 and addendum 61 through 70, pulling 4, 13, 28, 60, and 61 for a separate vote, pulling 23 entirely, and pulling 13 to be discussed and closed and for action to be taken later, potentially today?
Did you say 26 also?
Yes.
Did I?
I didn't hear.
I thought I
he
did.
says
I thought I
26.
did, but if I didn't, I meant 26.
Pull 26 for separate.
So would you go through the whole list?
Let's do that one more time. 1 through 70, pulling 4, 13, 26, 28, 60, and 61 for a separate vote.
And 65.
All right. And 65 for a separate vote. Pulling 23 entirely and pulling 13 to be discussed and closed with potential action to be taken today or at a later date. Are there any other pulls or requests for pulls?
May I repeat that, please? We're pulling 4, 13, 23, 26, 28, 60, 61, and 65.
That's correct.
Yes. Did you? Yes. And okay, what's that? All right, is there any discussion on those that are not?
We haven't moved.
have a motion yet.
Just one moment.
Oh,
I'm
that's
trying-
right. Not bad, not bad.
Who motioned it?
Was there?
No, there's no motion.
She wants to, she's putting it on the screen so someone can read it. Who'd like to make, can I get a motion?
Okay, so moved.
Second.
All right. So we have a motion and a second. Are there any discussion about the matters that are on this agenda other than the items that have been pulled?
I just want to make some comments about an item, and that's item number 6, Home for Hounds. I guess it's not a secret that the sheriff and I are big animal lovers, and well, this item, I want to give kudos to the Sheriff Department, Ms. Yolanda Lara, which is here today, and of course the partners that make this program possible. We talk about reentry, we talk about bandabogs, we talk about how important it is for people that are in jail, you know, to have some skills to go back into society. And this is one of those programs that I'm very pleased, very proud to be part of, because not only will train some of the inmates on how to train basic commands on dogs, but it also will reduce the euthanasia rate when they go out into the animal shelter. I mean, these animals, obviously, when they have basic commands, they're more adoptable. So I want to thank our partners, obviously, El Centro College, the SPCA, Mr. Steve Bias, who provided a lot of the beds, the leashes, the toys for the animals, and of course the City of Grand Prairie manager Tom Hart, Jim Cummings, Tammy Roberts, and Danielle Tate, which kindly have met with us and the Sheriff Department to be able to provide the dogs that will be trained at our county jail. So thank you, Ms. Lara, for your leadership, and thank you to the Sheriff Department. It's been a pleasure working with you in this program. I wish I can get an update as soon as we start October 1st, right? Thank you.
Well, I've been around here for everything from horses to canoes.
so
I
lucky.
remember we had horses, we've had canoe, we've had all kind of dadgum programs. I love it. So,
But it's all for the
might as well get a hound a chance,
With the euthanasia rate going at almost 24,000 animals a year on here in one of the most developed countries in the world, that is a shame.
I spend about half of my time on the road talking about what Dallas County does, because most people in the general population have little understanding or appreciation, and this is one example of something that Dallas County is very involved with that is for the betterment of the people who live here. I'd also like to make a note about Court Order number 39, which is looking at the connectivity of trails in Dallas County. And there are not a lot of resources that go into this, but definitely want to give appreciation to Alberta Blair and the Public Works Department, as well as Rick Losberg and the trails, and just working together with all of our cities to make the quality of life in Dallas County what it can be in very meaningful ways. And this continuation on the SOPAC Trail, which is a joint effort between Districts 1 and 2, Commissioner Cantrell and myself, I think adds to that quality of life that we're talking about in Dallas County. Is it a big, big deal? No, but it is for those people who do appreciate it and who are able to pay attention to their own health status by it, which is
Well, and
part of what we do.
I guess Commissioner Cantrell is going to be very solicited today, because also in 66, we have North Haven Trail, which is 2 and 4. And like you just say, I totally agree with everything you just said, Commissioner. It's about quality of life. It's about services that cost money. And thank you, Mr. Losberg, also to the TAP group, because it's going to happen without all of. Thank you. Done.
Well,
appreciate it.
I want to give a shout out on one as well, and again, keeping with the theme of the hounds today, number 25 is our MOU with the SPCA. When you have emergencies like we're seeing now in both California and Louisiana, people are wanting to leave when they're asked to evacuate because what will happen to their cat or their dog, their companion animal. These sort of MOUs, the things that we're continuing to do with SPCA through the work of Homeland Security and Emergency Management, and that's a real point of emphasis there, making sure that people feel comfortable that their animals can be taken care of, finding those partners. If there's flooding in southeast Dallas, we've got partnerships with people in counties around there, including in Dallas County, but in counties around there to take those horses and cows and whatnot, so people don't feel like they need to stay in an unsafe area. So appreciate that work as well.
And that's for the SPCA, right, Mr. Bass, with Steve Bias?
Yeah.
Again, thank you to the SPCA.
Any other comments about these relatively non-controversial court orders?
That's good.
All right.
Doing business. Just doing business.
All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. This takes us to our first court order. Our first full court order. Number 4. Does anyone want to make a motion on number 4?
I move FY 2017 elected officials court order. I move 8%.
Okay. Commissioner Price has moved Court Order 4 at 8%. Is there a second for that?
I second it.
There's been a motion and a second on Court Order 4. Any discussion?
Plenty.
Any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing if none, I'll...
Wait a minute, wait a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think there is room for discussion
Please
here.
go ahead.
Commissioner, may I frame up a little bit before you go, if you may? Court order number 4 is the elected official pay raise court order. Court order number 4 was developed by the Budget Office using the practice that we've utilized ever since I was hired in this job, where we put on the court order that equals the elected officials' pay increase will be equal to what the average employee gets, with the assumption that we were going to be giving an 8% employee raise. The elected official court order was placed on there with an 8% raise. For purposes of dialogue that I anticipated we were going to have on this court order, in front of you I do have 3 different tables that show a compensation and what the compensation is at 8%, what the compensation would be at a 3%, which is what we would be able to afford at the effective tax rate, and what it would look like with a 0%. I do need a vote on this today, some consensus on what we're going to do, because this has to be placed in the newspaper, and so that we can notify the elected officials so that they have the opportunity to go through the grievance process that is spelled out in state law. Thank you.
Did you want to say something?
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Once the decision here, I may have to do some additional dialogue on some other decisions that will be impacted down the road, but we can go from here.
Commissioner Daniel?
Yeah, I do have a few thoughts on this, because let's go back. It's my understanding that salaries for Dallas County staff, including elected plus hired, has been done as a block group in, at least I know in my tenure, and I suspect back many, many years.
That is correct.
And part of that is also my understanding, looking at HR, that it's been based on a number of studies and evaluation of how the system fits together, so that you have, the obvious examples are where there's very definite grades and steps. Law enforcement is a perfect example, where you've got a system built of steps and ladders of.
Yes, basically, the elected officials have been given the salaries based on the lowest increase that an employer would typically get. We give various increases based on different salary schedules. The elected official was typically got the lowest. So, for instance, when we gave increases back in the FY 2007 range from 5% to 20%, the elected officials would have got the lowest of 5%. So they typically get the lowest of the category of employees that we give raises to.
Yeah, but when we did an across-the-board raise, it was a raise of 1 year it was 2%, 1 year it was 3%, and how many years it was 0.
Right, they got 0.
Because there just was not the funding to be able to do that.
And they got 0 at that time as well.
And because I think that there is the agreement, too, that none of us want to charge more taxes than what we would need. We also understand that that is our major source of income for paying for all of our personnel or all of our services. We don't have sales tax. We do have property tax, but we also, I mean, there are other sources of income, fees and grants, et cetera, et cetera. But that we look at the budget as a whole package deal. Would also like to mention that of that, looking at the most recent Hayes study and where that places many of our staff is at a great disadvantage when you're looking at the larger market. In addition to what goes on with the Sheriff's Department and training those officers and watching them go on to local police departments. I know firsthand, looking at the IT department and seeing where the competitive market has put us at a disadvantage in keeping our quality staff and keeping vacancies down in that area. So the real world out there affects all of us in a variety of ways. Keeping all of those kinds of things in mind, there's also, I received a lot of notes and cards from taxpayers out there. And to be perfectly honest, the responses have been a range of responses. From those saying, lower my tax rate, with that being the one item that is in their note, to, on the other end, people saying, I respect the fact that the taxes pay for the services that I receive in this county. Therefore, I don't have any problem in taking care of some of the other responsibilities that you have and seeing where that tax rate goes. So that as far as the public's response to me, it has been all along the spectrum, with different levels of understanding of the complexity of what our tax rate is. Would also like to say that in looking at today's decision, that there are 25 elected officials that are listed on that page. And we have been informed also that there are other salaries that are tied to that. I've become aware that you know, if it's family courts have magistrates, probate has magistrates, criminal courts have magistrates, that it is not just the people at this table that we're talking about, that it in fact is a larger number of people.
Truancy judges.
Truancy judges also, associate judges. So the question then becomes much wider. And yesterday's editorial in Dallas Morning News was talking about the salaries of the people at this table. But in looking at constables, are they paid too much? Looking at other, effectively, department heads, a couple who are still in, who are elected officials, they come to work every day and they run the taxes. They run the Treasury Department. They run the county clerk's office. They run the district clerk's office. Are they also in that same realm of being overpaid? I would have to question looking at and just, okay, we can use some of the same benchmarks of, okay, let's talk about other counties and other places. How do they value their elected officials who come to work every day, do the job every day, just as we come to work and do the job? So it's a little bit more, it's a broader question than just, is it our salary? I would like to contend that, in fact, it is still a package deal, but I would be willing to consider, let's look at the impact of our tax rate on that whole budget. What is the impact on our elected official salaries? What is the impact on all of our staff salaries across the board? First of all, whether that decision should be decoupled, whether it should be detoggled, and I would venture that our HR director would have some, in fact, a civil service yesterday was looking at adjusting where part of that got out of whack, where you have supervisors making less than people who they supervise, and part of that is due to freezing salaries and then not being able to catch up and make those adjustments that should be made. So I would contend that we still have a discussion about what is the tax rate that we should have and what that allows us to do, keeping in mind that yes, in fact, this is a decision for all of Dallas County. That means not only the homeowners in Dallas County, and I did listen very carefully to what was being talked about, and I'm very aware, being chair of the housing work group in Dallas County, looking at affordable housing in Dallas County and the impact it has on working class residents here in the county. and looking at that and balancing off the needs of taxpayers, but then also looking at the needs of the 6,500 employees, their ability to pay their taxes by the salary, the competitive salary, or at least inching up towards a more competitive salary that we have to consider. So there would also be the point of, we have a timeline in that this particular notice related to elected official salaries has a time frame and a decision has to be made. Would we consider that, because we're still looking for additional information, not only from the various departments, and I'm still waiting for information of what is going to be the final budget, what is that final package that we're looking at, and then how does the rest of the salary structure fit into it?
I think there are two questions, Ryan, that she's asking.
One last sentence would be, so that at this time, I am going to vote in support of this so that we have a benchmark, so that we have a line, so that we fulfill, first of all, our responsibilities to put a public notice so that we can meet our budgetary responsibilities and our timelines. But then would also be open to looking at what is the impact of what is going to be the final budget and what does it mean to have an 8% increase, a 6% increase, a 3% increase. I sincerely have heard that to undervalue in either of any of those groups, I think is being irresponsible. And so listening to the total package is something that we must do.
And I respect your opinion on that. Ryan and I were having a conversation last night. I want to make sure all the members of the court get the information that Ryan shared with me, and that is the reason that we're making this decision today is because the elected officials, these 23 people, they have the right to agree the salary. So if you make a decision to pay 8% today, you're not going to be able, since you've noticed 8, to pay 6 or 3 or 4 or 2 later. If you make a decision you can make it a low decision and let them grieve and give them a higher salary. You cannot make a high decision and change your mind later. It's kind of the inverse rule of setting your tax rate. You can't put a public notice out for a low rate and then pass a high rate, but you can do the reverse. You can't put a notice out, right? So I want to make sure everyone understands that.
Because I was unaware of that, I'm sorry.
The legal requirement for actually doing the elected official pay raise is so that you can notify the elected officials of what their rate will be, and they have the ability to say, no, I believe I deserve more, and grieve it. I don't think any of them would grieve it's too high. They would just sign the affidavit to decrease their compensation. So effectively, it is correct.
I've been at 31 years. Let's not play the game. Don't play that game. Nobody's gonna, when have we ever seen a grievance? I mean, I've been at this 31, so I've never seen a grievance go forward and prevail.
We have not had a grievance to my knowledge.
But the law, and I think the point Ryan's making is the law is the law. It has to be said, it has to be posted, whether we're going to have a grievance or not. The law requires certain things.
I got that. You got to do that regardless of what you say.
Okay, so then, okay, but there is still, it's a group decision.
Correct.
Because there are the 25 listed people, and it looks like, from what I'm gathering, maybe 20 additional magistrates. So we're talking about 45 people who are affected by this particular decision, okay? But then, and I also am aware that you have taken it upon yourself to say, no, I'm not going to take it.
Commissioner.
No. The magistrates don't get a chance. I think what you heard from the judges.
It's tied to it, though.
Yeah, it's tied to it, but they don't get a chance to grieve.
Oh, okay.
Not by law. No, they don't get a chance.
But the salary amount is tied to the JP salary.
To the JP.
As well as the truants and judges and
Staff is also tied to that.
Yeah.
Historically through practice.
Right. So understand that. So staff is tied to it.
I mean, so there is a relationship there, and that we do have a greater
They just don't get a
impact.
chance to grieve. I just wanted to clear the record.
I appreciate that, thank you.
Okay, they don't get a chance to grieve.
But then an individual person can decide to take themselves out, which I understand is what you have done in the past, and
Dr.
you,
Garcia.
Judge, have done in the past, and may consider doing it again now.
And also, one thing just to keep in mind for clarity's sake, if the will of the court, if the majority of the court is to do so, they can set a rate different. They can tie the magistrates to the other employees. They don't have to tie the magistrates to the raises that the commissioners and the JPs get. They can or they cannot. That is a decision for the will of the body. So,
Well, it's tied to the JPs.
Yes.
And it's because you have an appointed judge, you didn't want to pay an appointed judge more than you pay an elected judge.
I'm not.
So there's
I'm not
rational
advocating for-
basis for the reason why they're tied together like that.
I want to keep us focused on the issue before us is the pay for 23 elected officials,
25.
It's 25.
or 25 elected officials.
And again, but there are other people that are tied to it. While you call them elected officials, there are other people, staff included, that's tied to it.
Department head, staff.
Yeah.
If three of the court chooses to tie them to it, yes, but not by law.
No, by practice.
I practice.
By practice.
And that's the way it's structured also.
That's the way we've got it structured in practice. They are tied to the elected officials. And that this half-baked stuff, I understand you're trying to understand it all, but after 4 or 5 years, I don't understand it by now. What's tied up to other, and why it's tied by practice. Why? As Commissioner Cantrell, we didn't just do that. There was a reason. Same reason the state, stepped it down. 1,000. We tied it to something so we could justify it.
The bottom line on that is that the budget is it's a package deal, and that we're still waiting on some answers on that. And then it's being responsible decision makers, weighing out the tax rate, the impact on taxpayers, as well as those people receiving salaries, and if what the upcoming legislative session is going to limit the options that Dallas County has in what happens in 2017, 2018, 2019.
And I respect everyone's opinion on this. I just want to make the record clear and for us to understand, if the will of the body votes for an 8%, 6%, whatever they vote for today, and they end up going later to the effective rate or some number lower than that, you could get into a situation where you're paying yourselves a higher increase than your employees. As long as we understand that, I'm ready to take a vote. I don't have much comments on this.
I don't get it. What are you talking about?
So if the body were to say today, we vote for an 8% increase in our pay and other elected officials' pay, and then the body, after hearing from everyone, people decide to go to either the budgeted amount or the effective rate.
Ain't gonna happen.
In the budgeted amount, the employees would get a 6% raise. In the effective rate, the employees would get a 3% raise, and the people who voted for the raise would find themselves in a position where they've voted for an 8% raise for themselves and can't afford an 8% raise for their employees. That being, I just want that to be clear. I'm not interested. I think we all know where we are on this. So,
Period. That's a possibility.
We all know where we are.
Yeah.
Let's vote.
yeah. Okay. Any other comments? All right. We have a motion and a second for Court Order 4 as written. All those in favor? I heard an aye.
Nope.
Okay. And
Judge, do you?
I voted. And so the votes are, all those opposed, nay. All right. And so, and any abstentions, seeing none. So there are 3 votes against that. 2 votes for it, the motion fails. All right. Any other motions on 4, or shall we move to 13? Hearing none.
Well, I'll make the motion.
Okay.
How do you not have something on? You
Yeah.
can't.
I think we're okay. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Commissioner Contreras.
Go ahead.
Well, I'll make a motion that, based on the effective rate, that additional $10 million can cover the 3% increase.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm assuming that this court, based on conversations that we've had and the discussions, that it will be at the existing rate. And understanding that, I'm still going to make the motion for a 3% salary increase for elected officials, understanding that that applies to all the others, including staff, department heads. So that would be my motion for a 3% increase.
Well, department head not working in the
I'm sorry?
All right, there's been a motion.
Scooby, that's all right, got you.
There's been a motion. Okay, one moment, then we'll take comments. So there's been a motion for 3% raise for elected officials. Is there a second to that motion? Is there a second to that motion? Is there a second? Hearing no second, that motion dies for lack of a second. We will post in our posted rate will be a 0% increase for elected officials. Is that correct, Mr. Brown?
Would have to. In theory, we would have to have 3 members of Commissioners' Court say that's what they want to do.
Right.
Oh, okay.
I see. So I don't know how long we're going to sit here.
So, any other motions? Any other motions? Any other motions? All right.
All right, what?
Where does that leave us?
All right, what? Did you hear him say, got to post something?
Well, post something then. We're on to...
Well, you got to make a motion if you're there at the 0. You got to have 3.
If I don't have a motion from someone as chair of the court to do something and a second, then there's no consensus on anything. So I think if there's no consensus on anything, it's status quo. Would you agree, Russ?
No. Not. Actually, under Section 152.73 of the Texas Local Government Code, it provides that each year the commissioners shall set salary, expenses, and other allowances of elected county or precinct officers. And they shall set the items at a regular meeting of the court during the regular budget hearing and adoption proceedings. And then after that, it provides for the grievance procedure for the elected county or precinct officers.
Right. Thank you.
All right.
The burden is on the court to set a salary for those positions.
All right. So, are there any further motions?
Yeah, I'll make a motion.
Yeah, okay. Make a motion.
I'll make a motion. Assuming that, and this is based on the assumption that there are 3 members on this court that are going to go with the existing rate, and they're philosophically opposed to voting according to what the state legislature has given us that authority to do, I'll make a motion that for elected officials that the increase would be 6%. And that's the motion.
6%?
6%.
All right.
It's under the 8% of the...
For elected officials.
For all the employees, which I'm anticipating based on what the budget's predicated on, that 8% is going to be across the board on the structure.
Correct.
And then it'd be 6% for the elected officials as well as the appointed officials and department heads and staff.
Okay. All right, we have a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
Well, let me say before I second.
I'll second.
Well, let me get, okay, now we have a motion and a second. Go ahead, Commissioner.
I mean, again, I still say, and as much, and I talked about it earlier with the elected officials and what they've done in terms of helping us over the year. But I mean, we're saying to our department heads that they're not worth more than 6%. It's less than the people.
A lot more than 3%.
I got you.
I've reached. That's as far as I can reach.
I know you have.
That's as far as I can reach.
I got you.
Because I'm assuming I'm going to be the third vote. So that's as far as I can read.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, all
I
right.
got you.
Otherwise, it's going to be 0, or we're going to sit here all
I don't
day.
think the law allows for 0.
No,
Uh,
no, we have
Unless-
to,
unless
we have to
somebody-
do something for our employees.
Yeah.
Unless
We have
somebody
to
make
do
a motion.
Well, there's a motion and a second on this.
Yeah,
Let's see where it goes.
Just to be clear, let me ask the DA that. If the will of the body is to set it at 0, as they did in 2010, 2011, 2009, that can be done, correct?
You got to make a motion.
Yes,
So if this motion fails,
No, you can substitute motion. Go with your substitute motion.
The court can set it at what it wants.
Yeah.
It's just that the court has to set it.
There you go.
Whatever
Make your motion,
that
Judge.
is.
I'm happy to let you vote on this motion or to make a substitute motion.
Make a substitute. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, you keep
talking about it.
Yeah.
Go.
Typically, the county judge doesn't make motions as the chair, but
But you have.
But the commissioners want me to do so in this situation.
But you have.
And so I will, and that motion would be that since we run for office and we know what our pay is when we run for office, I would move that we leave the salaries of the elected officials where they are, and so that number would be 0.
I ran for office and my
that's
salary
my
was
substitute motion.
$54,000.
And is there a second to that substitute motion?
Leaving everything as the tax rate as it is,
No, leaving the,
existing.
no, just leaving, we're talking about the salaries of elected officials.
Unelected officials. Okay, I second the motion.
Okay, so she seconds that motion. So under the Robert Rules of Order, we can have discussion on that motion and then take a vote on that motion. If that motion passes, that will be the end of it. If it doesn't, we'll go back to Commissioner Cantrell's motion. Any discussion on that motion?
We're aware of Roberts. Call the question.
All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
All right. So that motion fails.
I'm sorry, Judge, I don't have a vote from you.
I'm sorry, I said nay, but my button didn't. Okay, sorry. So that motion fails 3-2 with Commissioner Garcia and Commissioner County Judge Jenkins in favor, and Commissioner Cantrell Price.
Call the previous question.
Daniel opposed.
Call the previous
And the question's been called. Any further comments? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay.
And I don't have.
That's
any.
it.
I don't have.
That was
I-
for
we
the
don't-
6%.
That was the 6.
That was for
That was
6%.
six. Yeah, previous question, 6.
All right. So that takes us through. So you have your direction on.
They ain't voted yet.
Motion, please.
Cantrell made the motion.
And Commissioner
And
Price
Commissioner
second.
Daniel second, I'm sorry.
Okay, that's okay, I'll fix it.
Okay. Okay, got it.
Okay.
Now we
There you
vote.
go.
Now
All
everyone
right.
vote.
This takes us to item 13 on our agenda.
Well, thank you very much for standing up not only for the employees of Dallas County, but then
Employees are.
arriving a consensus so that I think that
Employees are
with
at
eight, we
Yeah,
can
but
work with them.
employees are at 8. Yeah, well, I'm still talking about department heads now, but anyway, got you.
The 13 is what, we're going to discuss it in
In
closed.
closed session, yeah.
All right. So 13 is pulled for closed, and that takes us to
23 is pulled.
pulled indefinitely.
Okay.
That takes us to 26.
Yeah, Judge, I'm sorry, just one moment, we'll have a technical difficulty.
Whenever you're ready.
And Mr. Brown, I will be signing the papers.
Yes, I expected, said you will.
13 is.
Yeah, and I've already signed one. Signed it, the one you sent me.
Excuse me, Judge, 13, are we?
We're all set.
voting on-
So 13 we're going to take into closed and come back. So we're on 26.
26. Okay, we need a motion on 26.
Okay, so we're on 26. Do we have a motion?
I move. Second.
All right. So we've got a motion and a second on 26. Any discussion?
Is this where we get do the conversion on the language from malarkey to what it really is?
Well, HR didn't recommend it. I mean, they gave it to us. I'm going to vote against it, just so for the record.
That's fine.
Why did you vote against it? Or why don't you support this?
Because when people apply for jobs and they need to be able to speak Spanish, they make that part of the job requirement. And those are the individuals that are being hired. Those are the ones that are being considered and hired are the ones that can speak Spanish. So, so you're giving them a competitive advantage in the hiring process, and now you're going to give them incentive pay. I think it ought to be a level playing field. So.
No, I mean, this is not only for Spanish. This is incentive language pay. It was recommended as part of the incentives for our employees that are currently, using those other languages, and it's not only Spanish. Let me phrase that up.
I understand, but where do you draw that line? I mean, 1,000. If you look at our contract for interpreters, oh my gosh.
Well, Commissioner, I wish I could erase that, but it's part of what we do here. And if we want to retain, people that have additional capacity for languages, hey, this is good for me. And it's, only 142 employees, what the staff was recommended in the pilot.
What's the cost?
The cost was $236,170.
I think the elected official pay was only...
Okay, they can...
I got you. I just want to throw
they
that
can
out.
use mine.
Yeah, got you.
I'm the only member of this court that has never taken salary raise.
No, wait a minute.
Me too.
Wait a minute. You don't take it?
No, you take it.
In other words, the taxpayers pay it.
It goes to District 4 because of the quality.
The taxpayers pay it, just like yours. The taxpayers pay it.
Yes, but it doesn't.
That's right, they pay
my
it.
part.
So what you do with it is just like what I do with it. It's a totally different thing. But you take it. Okay, I just want, people need to be transparent. Either you take it or you don't take it. What you do with it is a different story.
Right.
Let me,
I don't take it.
and I know that, let's do this. I know that's a heartfelt position that people have about that issue, but now we're on bilingual. Let's stick with this issue. I've got...
It's not only Spanish, Commissioner Control. That
I
was my
understand.
point.
We don't know where it's going to stop.
Sign language as well.
There are some concerns, and maybe an answer to this would be to pull it for a couple of weeks, because I think what I'm about to hear is, from Ermine and others, is, well, we don't know when we go back out how many people are going to want to take advantage or what the fiscal note will be.
Actually, I submitted the survey back out yesterday, and I've gotten some more preliminary numbers in now. Now it's in excess of 300. It was 142.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. It was 100-something,
but again,
300.
Those
what
numbers...
was presented here,
If they went back
HR
out.
did support it.
Right.
No, whoa, wait a minute. Did you recommend it?
Yeah.
No, I did not recommend it, nor did I not recommend it. I just I made sure that the court had all the detailed information for them to make a decision. This would be a good pilot program to use, but basically, bottom line is the 300 people that have submitted it now, it doesn't mean it would be 300, because HR will go out and look at these areas that they want to have bilingual needs in, and we will determine if, in fact, that skill is needed throughout the course of the day.
So it is a finite pilot program with a finite cost. Would that be a fair thing to say?
Yes.
Yeah, 200. Yeah, 200.
It's a pilot program. I think that's what we all agree
But
with.
$236,000?
Yes, for the 150 people.
And it's a pilot, and I think,
You're not going to
it would be
expand
good
it
to
to
have
those
an-
others?
In the event that we go out and determine that it is in excess of 150, it would be expanded. But again, this is a pilot program.
You could double that.
But this goes back to the departments, because it's part of the department budget, right, in the end? So the department makes the decision
budget.
whether in those particular positions that the language ability is...
Department in conjunction with HR, because HR is going to go out and do an analysis, and then they have to be tested in order to be approved for that bilingual pay. So there's a testing process they're going to go through a third-party vendor, correct? First written, both writing and oral,
writing early and speaking.
And written.
So not everybody's going to pass that
Right.
test.
All or none.
And the recommendation is that we try to pilot, and we can cap it if it's the course, after 150, we won't take any more people, and then we'll come back and do an analysis of it in 6 months or a year, and let you know if it's worked or if it's not worked, or what some of the issues are, and then you can make a decision to continue it, or we can make a decision.
And what does work or not work, man? What metrics are we looking for?
How many times it's been used, is it actually being used, is, we have to come up with some other metrics, but those are some of the
It
things.
still
that we
gets
wanna
down
look
to
at.
what are the needs of the department?
What are the
Where are the
needs?
situations
Right.
when where trauma and stress really impacts a person's ability to understand what's going on?
Right, yeah, those are the metrics, not whether it's being used, that are interesting to me. It's like, if I've got a family, for instance, take truancy courts. I got a ton of kids whose parents don't speak English.
Right.
And if it's being used there and it's helping those families, that's the metric, not just whether or not somebody signed up for it. That doesn't.
Absolutely. It's got to be used, it's got to be a need for the department, it's got to bring value. It's got to be used throughout the day.
It's for benefit of the department. Now, I could sign up for it, and it's never getting used because nobody's coming to the department, who I have to test the language with. So
And it's actually
that would be a waste.
And the departments will be submitting the areas that they feel they actually need a bilingual skills, a need in that area. The department heads will be submitting that information, or their representative. Individuals cannot come, sign up, and try to take the test. It is based on the need, but submitted through the department head or their representative.
And reviewed by the department.
What's the value of our language contract right now?
They don't get it. We're not paying our interpreters more money, are we?
We still use, what's the value of our language contract
Well,
right now?
there's several of those contracts, but remember, right now, we currently have individuals that we contract directly with, not a contractors. But
You're
it's
not gonna
about,
be able to reduce
I think
that.
it's about
That's my point.
1.6 million. I
That's my point. But what
think it's
is,
about 1.6 million in court-appointed interpreters, plus another
That's it.
50,000 probably in sign
but
language.
that's a static, that cost still remains,
That's
and we're
right.
adding
But the
to it.
reality is, these are other departments, and these are based on
No,
need.
this is none, there's none of these are going to be doing court interpretation.
Exactly. None of them.
These will be your clerk sitting in front of a
It's clerks in Health and
JP
Human
office.
Services. It's a sheriff, deputies, and on the streets.
And let me say this, where you, and this is very, kind of a little bit squishy, but where you could see savings with this is right now when families that speak predominantly Spanish, for instance, I know this is true in truancy court, they go to the court process, they never really resolve anything, they go to that court process because that's the one time you got a chance to have somebody interpret something for you. If you had a situation where you had somebody who could talk to the family ahead of time and the child has missed a bunch of school and there's a plan with the school, you might avoid that time in court. So there
Show
are
me one
opportunities.
department, show me one department that doesn't have somebody that can speak Spanish to those individuals that come in. I've been in the court for 8 years. I know what goes on. You can't tell me that there's not people that in the district clerk's office, the county clerk's office, the tax assessor's office. They have people that are speaking Spanish right now because they look for that when they hire them, and they give them a competitive advantage when they hire them. And now what you're saying is we're not only going to give them a competitive advantage, but now we're going to pay them an incentive. Well, you got to do it on the front end or the back end. Take a choice. Pick one.
And I will say, to what you're saying, I am troubled by the briefing that Ernest sent, that it doesn't seem that HR is.
And when we create the policy, we can put those type criteria in there. If the job description represented that bilingual preferred, and the assumption was they was hired as a result of that, that could be a factor.
It ought to be a
those
factor.
policies.
Because then, well, I mean, that's fine.
The reality is, this is a pilot. We won't know where we're going. It's like the Hayes study. We were here and we were arguing how underpaid our employees were, but we didn't know. It's until we tried and we tested and we see it and we realize, like the judge is saying. I have people in my office that come and says, well, I was in front of the judge, but I don't speak the language or something like that. I mean, it's a way of helping and incentivize, people that are, that have the knowledge and the language skill, and that's what we are going to pay for. Someone that takes a test. I have to tell you, I hear some of the translations, and yes, Commissioner Cantrell, these are in Spanish, that says, the doctor told me that they could say, pull my tooth, do the root canal, and pull it back. We know that translation didn't go right? So, same thing happened. It's happening in the courts, and it's happening in the tax office, and it's happening in other offices where they need additional personnel. And this personnel has to have the right translation skills. And I'm not just talking about Spanish now. I'm talking about a different language because Dallas County has around 240-something languages. We like it or not.
Well,
and my point is...
But it's mostly Spanish that I'm concerned about.
Well, I mean, obviously, 39.9% of the population is Hispanic, and it's also right there in this briefing that 41.4% speak other language than Spanish. Guys, that 41.4% is other language than English.
And that's why they have apps, and that's why they have electronic phones and things like that.
And again, I mean, if I knew how to do it in Vietnamese, I will jump it. But you know what? I don't. That's why I want to support this.
Did we explore any of those options? Because they have some really advanced interpretation deals where you can get on the phone and somebody can talk in their language, and then it can feed it back to whoever's on the other line listening.
You're paying a ticket?
I'm sorry?
It'll be hard.
That's standard translation interpretation language, is similar to some we have now, but not to the high degree as they use in the courts. But there are languages, I mean, there are entities out there that do that, but it's still just translation. They charge so much per word.
Okay, well, I'm not.
So these
I don't know how expensive that would get.
The 150 positions, are any of those set aside for new hires, or is that all existing? People that are already here are going to get a pay bump because they already speak Spanish?
No, these positions would be determined by the elected official or their representative. We'll go out and look at these positions. They'll determine how many positions they need for their department.
I didn't ask my question well then. Okay, so let's say I'm a justice of the peace and I've got a clerk who speaks Spanish. Is this being used to give that clerk, like he speaks Spanish, I can give him a pay bump, or is this going to be to bring in another person who is fluent in a foreign language, hopefully Spanish?
The bilingual skills positions will already be designated by position numbers through the auditor's office. So anybody going into that position will have to be able to perform that task. They're going to be assigned numbers based on department needs. They'll be already assigned numbers, whether they're new hires or someone is already there, they'll be assigned to that position, and therefore they should be able to perform that task.
Those positions are being created for this, is what I'm saying. There won't be a specific position that's being created for a department.
Well, that's a metric I want to look at, right? I mean, I feel more strongly, I want to reward people for work, but we could reward people for all kinds of things. And you've got some people who bring the fact that they speak fluent Spanish to work. Some people that bring, their former military service and decision-making to work. There's all kinds of wonderful things people bring to work. I'm hoping that this program brings in more Spanish speakers in critical positions that interface with members of the public who don't speak English, just to be blunt. I'm not hoping that the people that are already here, who are doing a great job, are paid a little bit more than the person next to them for the job that they're already doing. You see what I'm saying?
But therein lies the rub.
I know.
Okay? Because we get that complaint all the time, especially in the jail. We get that complaint. They're already in service.
But let me say this is no different than what we're doing with the CERT pay, is that we're giving people additional pay for a skill that they already have.
Okay.
That are in a position. So we have licensed plumbers who we're giving CERT pay now because we want to incentivize those people not only to stay, but because they bring a value to the department.
But that's
value to the county.
But that's a different market-driven piece. Yeah, I haven't seen anything that says.
How is that different?
Huh?
How is that? I'm sorry.
Look, it's different market-driven. The only reason we're doing CERT pay with regards to skill is because the market is dictating. This,
In reference to the language, let me give you an example. If you're performing service, telephone information unit clerks, you have 10 there, and the department head determined that they need at least one position. It doesn't matter if 4 or 5 speak the language. Only one position is going to be designated as the bilingual skills needs position. That's the way it's going to work. It's not the fact that the other 3 or 4 can speak that language. It's based on the need. And you use throughout the day. If it's in a section that if they're all working in the same section and you only need one there to do the need, then you only have one position, regardless of how many speak the language.
On the pull it down, pull it.
If you open it up to determining anybody that speaks a language can pass the test will actually get the pay, that's totally different, and the numbers will be probably extremely sky high. The city of Dallas, they pay $2 million a year.
And he's pulling it, but before we get out this discussion, can I make a potential compromise suggestion to people, and that is we could make sure staff brings this back in 6 months to look at it, and we could define in the next 2 weeks what the metrics are that will reasonably meet in that time period, but then ask people to budget to fund it for the full amount.
Well, I mean, the budget is already established, Judge. I just want to be clear about that. This is a pilot. We want to see the results. Okay? I mean, we're not going to get out. If you want to see the metrics, that's fine with me. I mean, but, I want this, to go forward because right now is the right time when we're talking about, compensation and the Hayes study. We need these. It's just, I mean, if someone wants to look into it, this is nothing new. It has paid, it's been in the city of Dallas for many years and in other cities as well. This is about, additional skills. Right. The amount of money, Judge, we're not going to move over what the pilot already specifies. We already voted on this.
That's what I'm saying.
The difference was that in the past, when you reviewed this last time, it was based on different testing. You can have skills for reading, or speaking. This time it's cheaper to make one test, to make one person have to have the 3 skills. So I'm not going to, Dr. Garcia might be very well speaking it, but she might be awful writing it. In this test, Dr. Garcia has to be very good in the 3 areas, right. Speaking, writing, and,
That's right. Well, when we voted on this, it wasn't to say it's a hard and fast budget. It was for HR to bring us back something to look at to decide if we want to move forward.
No, I understand.
So it wasn't set in stone.
This is not. No, I understand.
Okay. I voted for that so they could come back.
Right. And
what I saw, I didn't like what I saw.
What is the comeback is that the testing could not be done in 3 different stages. It's as a whole. So this is what we're seeing now. Now it's set, on the time on the pilot and the amount of money.
And the reason that we actually decided on one test for all 3 skills, reading, oral, and also writing, is because the surveys back from the departments indicated that that's what they wanted. It was only 2 or 3 departments indicated specifics, but most departments said we wanted
every one test. Well, he's pulled it, so we got to let a member pull it for 2 weeks.
Yeah, and we'll come back with the cap for a definitive period of time, look at the metrics, and look at the budget. We'll bring those back.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Thank you. Okay, so, all right, that takes us to 28. 28.
I'll move Court Order 28.
All right, is there a second on that?
Second.
Any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Any opposed?
No.
Commissioner Garcia is opposed. All right. So that takes us to Court Order number 60, which is
what was that pool?
I'm not sure.
Just told to change the language. The district attorney's office made a recommendation that the language actually needed to be different in the court order, and I believe Mr.
You want to read it in the record? Anybody?
He thought I was going to read that. I thought he was going to read it, but we'll find it.
So it's Court Order number 60?
Yeah. Okay.
So.
Okay, I have it here.
Yeah.
And the language after "be it resolved" should be changed to read, "Be it resolved and ordered that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby approve the resolution amending authorized representatives for the Texas Local Government Investment Pool to include Daisy Wong, Investment Manager, Tracy Hines, Chief Deputy, Priscilla Birch Scott, Chief Accountant, Brian Heeman, Accountant, and authorizes the County Judge to execute the resolution on behalf of Dallas County."
Okay, now so moved.
Yeah, I'll second.
All right, any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, the next is item number 61, issuance and sale of Dallas County Combination Tax Parking Garage Revenue Certificates of Obligation Series 2016. Is there a motion on item 61?
It's as it was the last time. I mean, it's...
200 million?
Yeah, it's 200 million.
Yeah, the amount is not.
Okay. Then I'll move it.
Yeah.
Any changes?
No changes. Moved it.
Second, okay. And then I'll
I got a second.
You got a second? Who's your second? Okay. And I'll either take or make a substitute motion to add Hilltop Securities and Estrada Hinojosa as co-senior managers in the syndicate. So,
Whoa.
Isn't there a process already?
Yeah, we got a
in line?
process. You got,
well,
It should have been done before.
yeah, I'll make that motion. It can die for lack of a second, but this is what has been discussed, so I'm making that motion to add both Hilltop Securities and Estrada Hinojosa to the syndicate as senior managers.
If there are concerns, that might be something to bring up the next time, but I think at this point, it's already
yeah, because I got best price, got an RFQ, I followed it, I've seen it. No, they weren't recommended.
All right, well, no one has to second that motion, but I'm making that.
I don't hear anybody second.
All right, motion died.
I will second your motion.
Okay, you're
But
seconding.
you second this other one.
But I second this one, Judge. I mean,
Yeah, but you
so I mean, I withdraw on this one and I second yours.
Okay.
Okay.
All right,
Well,
so.
wait, you can't second it. Well, okay,
No,
you gotta go
she
back
can.
to, yeah, but the problem is you gotta go back to the original motion.
Yeah, you should have
You gotta go
read it
back to the original motion. Robert's Rules of Order, you gotta go back to the original motion. She can second yours, but now we gotta put the other one back up.
All right. Well, then, in that case, we have a motion for the document as written by Commissioner Price. Is there a second to that motion?
There was a second.
Okay.
She removed herself.
She's removed herself.
Oh, second.
All right. And I make a substitute motion to add Hilltop Securities and Estrada Hinojosa as co-senior managers. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
All right. So now that motion is before us. Any discussion?
Yes.
On that motion?
Now, if
Where's
I
the
missed something.
treasurer?
I missed something. Purchasing?
It didn't come through our department.
I'm sorry?
The request for qualification was not let out from the purchasing department. It was the treasurer's consultant.
Say it loud enough so we can hear it on the record.
Yes, the treasurer's office utilized a consultant, if I'm correct.
Our financial advisor.
To advertise the request for qualifications. That solicitation was not let out.
Okay, you used your own process.
No, our financial advisor wrote us a letter in July of 2015 regarding the changes on SE and the Dodd-Frank Act.
Okay.
So we did ask the purchasing department, I believe that, I don't know if you had a time frame that
Yeah,
it was.
it was a time, we advertised our solicitations.
Okay, you're doing an RFQ.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
That's okay.
And our financial advisors had the questions. I participated in it. I changed some of the questions. I added to to ask for more experience, not only in Dallas County, but all over the state of Texas, because I want to make sure that we had experience from just different entities.
But why did you do an RFQ in the process? Why did you do an RFQ?
Well, it's the Dodd-Frank Act. You have to do it. And it's best practices by the...
So did you have a committee that suggested the RFQ?
Yes, we did. We have a financial review committee that the judge and Commissioner Daniel sit on.
Okay. So they suggested...
And that was in March.
Okay. And the RFQ under the GAFO is best practices. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now you've done an RFQ, and who analyzed the RFQ?
Our financial advisors.
Okay. They analyzed it.
They evaluated, yes, sir.
And as a result of their analyzation, you got a syndicate.
Yes, we had a poll, which I announced July the 5th. I had a poll of 14 folks.
Who selected those 14?
All of the firms that were part of the RFQ that submitted a proposal were part of the pool. All of them qualified. Yes, sir.
Okay. Then what happened?
Then we got together. We had a conference call, and we felt that we needed a national firm, regional firm, and local firms as well.
Okay.
Of the 14, 13 have Dallas-based offices.
Okay.
One of them has an office in Austin, San Antonio, and Houston.
Okay.
Then we, of course, the RFQ, we wanted to know, I wanted to make sure that we had experience in all governmental entities as well, not just in Dallas County. I believe that if we wanted to know what they brought to the table, one of the questions was, give me an example of what you've done in the last year that you had added value to a transaction.
Did you deviate from the process?
No, I did not.
Okay. And so as a result of the process, you came up again with the team. Is that correct?
Yes, I did, and announced it on July the 6th.
Okay. Does that team that you came up with as a result of the process bring the best value to Dallas County?
I believe so,
Okay.
yes.
And you believe that based on what?
Our RFQ?
Okay.
And their presentations.
And their presentations.
Yes.
So that they give you indications associated with handling this issue.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. And in your evaluation of those associations, did you believe Dallas County taxpayers, as they like to say, get best value?
Yes, sir.
With the addition of these firms, does that value changes?
Commissioner Garcia, I believe that I followed the process, and I stand on the process that I used. The court can add, who you would like to, yes.
Nobody from this court has come to you and asked you to change that list, have they?
I know I had questions about.
You had questions, absolutely, and I came and answered your questions.
Well, that wasn't my question.
About where the.
My question is, has anybody on this court asked you to change that list?
I was asked to come to a meeting at an office, and they did suggest that they wanted to add 2 local firms.
I thought that's what we were getting away from. That's what we brought you in here for, is to get away from this type of activity. When the process takes place, we step back, our hands are off of it. Why are we back into the same deal where somebody's trying to influence the outcome of an RFQ?
Controller, sir, when the solicitation was not let out of my department, I can't control those things that are not let out of purchasing.
Okay, so this was part of my question then, was then in seeing the results, the openness to the local market, understanding the professionalism, and you do want a broader perspective and the added value, and just, more smart minds hopefully will come up with better decisions. but I had two questions, and one was the openness to local companies, and because there is also a value in having historical knowledge of what Dallas County is and where we're coming from. And then the second part of that is, oops, it slipped out. It's just the openness of the process, and are we going to be able to do that? So if we have questions in the future, I think that we might want to look at how that all matches up and maybe use more of the purchasing department's openness and process.
Did the financial advisors fly in from Mars? Aren't they local?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And haven't we used them before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And don't they know Dallas County? As we know our financial advisors, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And they all followed the process, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So why, I mean, I guess we could add 4 or 5 more now. Why? Why are we talking about that?
I'm concerned if the financial committee.
The Financial Review Committee, yes, sir.
Financial Review Committee, and that's made up of who?
That is made up of our auditor, our county judge, our commissioner, our budget director, our county administrator, and our DA, our assistant DA.
Okay. So that committee made the recommendation to do an RFQ.
Yes,
based on council.
Yes.
That's it.
I remember the county judge specifically in our March meeting said he wanted an RFQ.
Influence and adding some after the process is already over.
Yeah, the process.
The process.
And I believe everyone received the memo that our purchasing director sent out in terms of who was in the pool. Then who in the pool was MWBE, who was in the pool that have been financial or underwriters in the past. So I gave them all the information and everything that we went through.
Was this a level playing field?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If we add more people to it, is it still a level playing field?
Well,
no, level.
Well, then that okay.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Well, I don't understand it.
What makes it continue?
Well, I think what she's saying is that all 14 firms qualified. So
yes.
Any one of them could have done.
Well, but
she specifically chose the 5 firms.
6.
6 firms.
Okay.
Right. Using whatever criteria she used.
Based on the RFQ, yes.
Okay, so do we redo this, start over?
No, we can't do this.
I can't vote for it.
Yeah, but the problem is in terms of, because it was pulled down, and I asked questions specifically. Why is it pulled? First of all,
oh my God,
what she has testified is that's the best value. What she has put on the table is the best and the lowest value. Is
Ever. Since 2001, it is the best value, and we can still negotiate up until the pricing.
In other words, you cannot negotiate something more than the best value that we've had on the table since 2001.
Yes, that is correct, sir.
And just since it's my motion, if I could say for a moment, it's my understanding, I believe I see substitute motion. I see Ben Brooks here, one of our lawyers, and I've asked these questions. Will adding to the syndicate these 2 local firms?
Advisor here.
We got a financial advisor. Ben Brooks is a lawyer.
Okay, and our financial advisor as well. Now that's, we may want to get Ben and the financial advisor to come on up and answer these questions. If
I don't need Ben. Hell, I'm a financial advisor.
Okay, can y'all please, and Ben, can you come too, please?
I have Janice Davis and I have Julie McMillan here.
And so I've...
what are you doing? I mean, what are you doing?
If you'll let me talk, I'll explain to you what I'm doing.
Well, you should.
Anyway. So I've asked, since I'm the one that made this motion, if this will delay the process, cost us more legal fees, or increase the cost to Dallas County. Because I see value in adding the firms that we've done business with for decades that are based here in Dallas that
legacy firms
employ thousands of people.
Legacy firms.
Can I ask one question?
Sure.
Then why didn't we just include all 14?
Because
if that's the will of this court, they could do that.
No, I'm asking why, if she qualified all of them, there had to be a selection process.
The committee.
That's what we're supposed to be stepping away from.
Yeah.
under this new transparency stuff. And now we're trying to go in here and do substitute motions to add people to who, because we didn't like who she selected?
Well, no one is complaining about who she selected. It doesn't have to be a sinister thing. It's a simple motion to add firms.
It goes outside the process.
It doesn't go outside the process because the process is for the commissioners to select the syndicate, and today is the day that you're selecting the syndicate, and the motion before you.
That's not true.
They're on the list. They're in the 14.
Judge, we have one of our financial advisors here, too.
Julia, talk about why the number was 6.
Okay, please.
The size of the transaction lends itself to a pool of anywhere from 4 to, say, 6 or 7 firms. More than that, and the underwriting firms are kind of de-incentivized to work hard for you. You almost have too many people out there. Less than that, I mean, you could go with less than that as well. So in the market, you'll see transactions, and they vary in that way. But that 4 to 6 kind of number, 4 to 7 number was right in the right size, and the expectation is that down the road, if you're open to having new firms involved, we have this pool that then you can select from. There are 40 or 50 firms that compete for business in Texas, so we've kind of narrowed that pool so to manage from your staff's perspective how many solicitations they get and all those things, and we'll kind of work with this group of people, and as you have transactions, we'll look at the transactions and try to meet that distribution of national, regional, local, MWBE, really trying to give access to a variety of firms to participate in the county's deals.
Are all of them in the?
You have representation from all that group in the 14 and in the 6 that are in this transaction.
But I heard Ms. Medrano said, since 2001, this is the lowest that we've seen in terms of submission for.
In terms of the proposed pricing for the transaction, the spread for the underwriters, this is the lowest spread per bond that we've had. It's a larger deal, so you'd expect it to be lower, but it is the lowest, yes.
Will that change, adding some of the firms?
It will not change, no. It should not, I should say that it should not change. It could, they could negotiate it, but it
wait, why don't you size it 4 to 7 if it won't change? Why don't you add 10?
Yeah, the price probably won't change, the firms won't work as hard for you. So pricing, what we get, not what the underwriters will make, but what you might get from a pricing perspective in the market, you would hope that they'll work hard for you, right. They're incentivized to work hard for you.
No, that's not what she's saying.
She's saying that it won't change.
I'm saying the price that the underwriters charge us versus the price we get in the market. If they're not incentivized to work hard, then we may not get as good pricing.
Let me ask you the question more directly. Will adding Hilltop Securities and Estrada Hinojosa cost the taxpayers of the county any more money or delay this project?
You're probably going to have a delay because you're suggesting that you do it at the co-senior level. If you're suggesting that you have 3 leads, then they're going to need their own counsel, underwriters counsel. They're not going to rely. You're probably going to change the dynamics of the entire team.
You're getting into underwriters counsel legal, and we've got the lawyer. Would you agree with that, Ben? Is this going to delay the project, or can we get this done timely?
If it delays the project, I'm out.
From the bond counsel's perspective, this shouldn't have any effect.
Well, you said underwriter counsel. She just said that if you bring it.
I can't get into that because.
Okay, then say that.
Well, let me just say, you typically only have 1 or 2 underwriters counsels, regardless if you have 1 underwriter or you have 50.
Okay.
So,
and we've already got 2 underwriter counsels, don't we?
So that's just a legal issue. Now, I'm not talking about the financial aspects of it. Good.
We're talking about the finance.
And I see at least 2 people from the firms we're talking about adding. I don't know if they can get up here and tell us if they're happy with those underwriters or not.
Let me make something clear. This has nothing to do with the firms you're trying to add. All I'm talking about is the process.
Yeah.
I mean, historically, they've done excellent work for Dallas County.
Okay, great.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is the process. And I thought we went through and changed all of the rules, and changed the process and all that, so we didn't have this kind of stuff.
That's correct. And it's my recommendation, Commissioner and Judge, going forward, all requests for qualifications go through the purchasing department. They did nothing wrong. It followed the process.
I understand.
For further
There will
transparency.
be that opportunity
But the
to
judges don't have to
review
admit
and
it.
see
I mean,
whether.
why didn't you recommend that they go through?
I did. I don't want to get all into that right now, but I did, yeah.
Okay.
So, but, you know, I don't think no one's casting aspersions on anyone. I appreciate everybody's hard work. It's just my motion that we add these 2 local firms who've done great work for us and hire and employ thousands of people in Dallas
It's the
County.
legacy, just vote, it's the legacy
All right.
thing. Let's keep it.
All those in favor of the substitute motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
All right.
Okay.
So motion fails.
Go back to the original
3 to
motion.
2.
Call the question.
Oh, we haven't punched. Everybody punch your buttons, please. Okay, question's been called on the original motion. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm abstaining based on the process.
I'll abstain as well.
No, it's the original motion.
The original motion.
I understand. I understand.
But the original motion is what?
I need 3 approvals.
Yeah, the original motion.
You have it.
Oh, wait.
You haven't.
You've got it.
Yes.
You've got a majority.
I approved the majority.
Okay, we got it.
No, you've got two abstentions.
Yeah,
Okay, so Judge, you're gonna abstain?
I'm going to abstain.
I can trail us.
Anyway, no, I don't know. I don't care.
This project
Okay,
cannot,
go slow. Let's go. Go slow. Got it. Don't worry.
this project cannot be delayed. I'm sorry.
All right, this takes us to public, well, let me look. I think I might have one other thing.
65 is before us.
65.
Second.
All right, motion and a second on 65.
Right.
Let's get it on the board.
That's the exception.
All right, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
All right, motion carries 4 to 1. This takes us to our public speakers, I believe. Sure. Yes. We've already read the rules of decorum for our public speakers. Let me see who we got. Will Mr. James Dunn please come forward? Mr. James Dunn.
He was.
Oh, he's here? Okay, sorry,
He
James.
was sitting down there, but I don't, he's never went in the hall. Yeah,
Had to leave. All right. All right. Our next speaker was on, never mind, he already spoke. Our next speaker is Mr. Teddy Hawkins.
Now, this guy's still here, Judge. You told him they could speak at the
okay.
hearing
Yeah.
and at the end of the deal. So you got to call everybody's name.
He's welcome to come. Well, he's already spoken on races.
It doesn't matter. You told them they could speak.
Oh, that's
at the
right.
public hearing,
No, you're right.
And they can
You're
speak
right.
at the
You're
end
right.
of the
You're right. You're right. Mr. Joe Berkeley. I should have had him speak on the
I
races.
think Joe left.
Yeah.
That's not him.
No, that's him right there.
Oh, no, he's
Joe,
right
did
here.
you want to
Joe,
speak
did
again
you
on
want to speak?
races? I think I should have recognized you when they were discussing the races. My bad for not doing
Well,
it.
that's okay. I appreciate the opportunity. This is, as Commissioner Price knows, this is my 3rd time to come down here in 45 years. I don't come down here very often. But I would just like to say that, and I know I respect your position, Mr. Judge Jenkins, but whatever I see that's going on in this country, with people like Donald Trump making $471 million not paying a penny's worth of taxes, when I see General Electric Corporation.
You don't know that.
Slander.
Oh, that's what he said he made. But anyway, General Electric made $17 billion, paid nothing, and I think that this Commissioner's Court deserves the raise. I mean, we pay the head of DART over $400,000 a year. We pay almost that much to the superintendent of schools, pay the city manager that much. You have to be elected by over 600,000 people, a majority of the vote. I just feel that you deserve it. But back to what I was talking about earlier, and what Dr. Garcia said, the workforce, especially among the election workers, after 45 years of being a precinct chairman, second longest serving in Dallas County, and I have seen this over and over. Currently, I have on election day, I have 2 different African American women that work for me that are over 80 years old. We're not going to be around forever. 11 months ago, I was in Medical City in ICU. I was given 20 minutes to live. My kidneys shut down. We're not going to be here forever. We need, but it's not for me because I'm an old person. I'm not going to be around that long. But it's for all the future to keep the election process going. You have to pay more. And what's happening now, Judge Jenkins and the Commissioner's Court, is they're bringing in temporary workers, which is costing the county a lot more money than if they could find people, pay a little bit more, they would actually save money in the long run. Because when they're unsure of employees, they go to temporary services, which is actually more expensive than hiring in-house. And it's something that we really need to consider. I mean, you talk about full-time county employees. These are people who only make a few $1,000s a year. It's mostly older people. You know, I've got workers in their 80s and 90s, and it's hard to get younger people to come in to work for what the county elections department pays, both on election day and also early voting. And I just urge you to really seriously consider increasing that rate of pay to where it makes it easier to have people. It's not just the Democratic side, it's also on the Republican side. You know, it's getting harder and harder to get people to work the elections.
Well taken. Thank you, Mr. Brockton.
All right, and our next speaker is Mr. Teddy Hawkins. I believe he's oh, there you are, sorry.
I got some copies, let me get it, just so I can follow along. Yeah, I ran out. John White already have a copy.
Yeah, I already have.
I want to speak on the Zika virus. I had a chance to, to talk to Zach, and one of the things that we do know that sometimes the citizens need to come down and speak, and I'm going to do that. They said that the Zika virus was most likely to hit Florida or hit Texas first, because of the Aedes mosquito. I call it Aedes 1 because you got two types. More of the mosquito population is in those two states, Florida or Texas. So it did just what it said, it hit. But it's more dangerous than what they're saying. If you look at A1, it says that in adults, the virus is linked to a form of temporary paralysis called the Guillain-Barré syndrome, which if it paralyzes you, it takes you anywhere from a month to 2 years to recover. Okay, and that's for all adults. Now, when it comes to infants, if you look at one right-hand circle, here, when you look at one, it says the long nerves connecting the eyes and the ears to the brain. Well, basically, the nerve that connects the eyes and the ears to the brain of the child, the virus affects that. And so they're born blind and deaf. So it's a lot more dangerous than what they're saying. Now, when you look at what they're actually doing now, they're saying that the spray is not working, and it's not going to work. Now, they're saying that over 1 million cases are going to be established in at least 1 year's time in America. And Texas and Florida is going to get the brunt. Now, they're using what they're calling mosquito traps. Now, if you go to page 2, they use this mosquito trap in Rio. I had a chance to also talk to Zach about that. And one of the things he reminded me of, that they're looking for some more research on it. But I looked at a whole lot of it, and using this trap, not one person in that village was bit by a mosquito. Okay? This is called the bio trap, and it's factored by a company in Canada. And it's called the Bio's trap, and it only costs $3. And they set that trap on the perimeter. It's biodegradable. You pour water in it, and it fools the mosquito into thinking it's a nesting ground, and then it's attracted to it and it kills it. Now, that's not the best trap. Now, when you look at page 3, the best trap is this mega catch. But it costs over $300. Now, Australia is doing a lot of research on these traps, on the bios and the mega. Now, the mega in 12 days killed about 44,000 mosquitoes. Dead. Okay? And so, I can understand what goes on in the health department. Leadership is going to have to decide.
30 seconds.
Decide whether they're going to protect the public. And they're saying that Zika is very serious, especially for Texas and Florida. We see Florida already has his. We already got another person that came up with it. I think this morning they found out that was infected, didn't travel. And they said once this thing take off, we're going to have over 1 million or so folk infected. And I think Dallas needs to get out front on a lot of things that's going on, especially with these traps. And I want to kind of work with Zach, because I think I'm suspicious of anything that starts in Africa, John.
Mr. Hawkins, you're out of time, but thank you very much.
And I want y'all to really look at considering this.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. All right. Miss Candace Evans, or Miss Mary Candace Evans, Miss Mary Candace Evans, Miss Mary Candace Evans. I don't believe she's here. Mr. Rick Heller, Mr. Rick Heller, Mr. Rick Heller. This concludes our public speakers. The court stands adjourned under Chapter 551 of the Government Code. Will consider items as previously posted. Any action as a result of those items, and there might be action today on 13, will take place in the subsequent court session or when we come out of our closed session. We'll begin that momentarily.
Commissioner President,
To consider item number 13 on our agenda. Is there a motion on item 13?
So moved.
All right. Any discussion on 13? Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. All yours, buddy.
We're
adjourned?
Let's move.
Did you adjourn? Yeah, that's right. And court stands adjourned.
The probate court is running.